never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Looks like we've crossed over the midnight hour once again in the Eastern time zone. That means it's time to do it all over again. Here we go. Hey, looky there. Would that be Hump Day? I believe it is. There we are. It's the 6th day of October, Wednesday coming on here. That's what we'll be working our way into from time zone to time zone. Welcome aboard. Hope your week's going well. Lots to cover tonight. We'll take care of our normal business as usual. Check some of our travelers' weather around the country as we get things underway here. Check in with some of our listening friends via Facebook and YouTube. And then, of course, coming up bottom of the hour, got a couple of special guests that are going to join us for a bit, talking about some new products that you might just be interested in. New tech stuff. Looking forward to be joined by Bruce Boyce and Charles Lee. They'll be checking in via the phone line. Yeah, several different products we'll be discussing with them. Coming up momentarily, as I said, bottom of the hour. Meanwhile, as we jump right into it, okay, another soggy night in the East. You know, this week, pretty much all week, it's been the tale of two sides of the country, the Southeast and the Southwest. All right, things are a bit quieter in the Southwest, but yeah, even Southern California got a good dose of rain as we started the week, Monday to Tuesday. Yeah, there in the Southeast, yeah, well, we've got this frontal system that's just kind of draped through the region, the training of moisture. Once again tonight, we've got several areas of showers, pockets of heavy rain. Let's start in south central and southeastern Missouri. Yeah, pretty decent cluster of showers and thunderstorms there. You'll find some spotty showers then on up parts of the Ohio River Valley, southern Indiana, down toward Evansville, Indiana. Another much larger cluster of showers and thunderstorms over western Tennessee. Yeah, that zone between Memphis and Nashville. You got a lot of rain. See, put things in motion here. Now, this is all circulating around counterclockwise around this low pressure area. So the precip in Missouri, in southeastern Missouri, over the next several hours, it's actually going to be moving almost westerly around this circulation. Right now, Poplar Bluff, you're in the torrential range. It's all going to be making its way over towards West Plains. So north central Arkansas, south central Missouri in the rain today. Over into Tennessee, where we see that circulation there, the motion has things moving from kind of southwest to northwest, southeast to northwest. Rain's extending down into Florence, Alabama. Tupelo, Mississippi, going to see some rain on down into Columbus, Georgia. Southern portions of, that's Columbus, Mississippi, rather, rains on down into south central portions of Alabama as well. That stream of moisture that just continues to make its way in out of the Gulf of Mexico. So let's start there in the southeastern USA. The drenching rains are going to persist this week in what's being described as the flood-weary southeastern USA. Tropical moisture from multiple sources is the culprit. We've seen heavy rain across the region already. Parts of the Florida Panhandle, Georgia, Alabama, several inches of rain on Monday alone. We look over at Pensacola, Florida. Looky here, they picked up 8.16 inches of rain, which comes in as the second for the wettest October 4th in that city on record. Behind the same date in 1995, but that was when Hurricane Opal made landfall in the western Florida Panhandle. The deluge, closing roadways in downtown Pensacola, widespread travel disruptions throughout the region. Flash flood watches and warnings are in effect across the Florida Panhandle, much of Alabama, northern Georgia, as well as parts of Mississippi and Louisiana. This very slow-moving storm continues to draw in all that tropical moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico. So the downpours continue streaming into the region, probably through most of the rest of this week. Now, as we head into midweek here, same storm that brought the downpours are going to continue bringing rounds of rain to parts of Alabama, Georgia, Florida. The same locations that have already recorded inches of rain so far here in the first week of October. Birmingham, Alabama, for example, 3.5 inches of rain so far. Columbus, Georgia, you've already recorded more than 6.5 inches of rain. That's more than the normal monthly total for the month of October. And as we say, we're only 5 days in right now. As the week progresses, the storm's going to slowly move northward, spreading the heaviest rain eventually through the Appalachians, the Tennessee Valley, and western Ohio, raising the threat for flooding in places like Nashville. At the same time, tropical moisture from the western Atlantic is also going to flow into the area, further intensifying the precipitation there. Some western portions of the region, like Mississippi and Alabama, you may begin to dry out by Friday as the core of that moisture begins to shift further north and east. By the end of the week, many communities could be starting off the month of October with 6 inches of rain. Storm max totals may be approaching a foot of rain, according to AccuWeather. Now, this is continuing the soggy stretch for some areas along the Gulf Coast that we saw in the month of September. Pensacola, as we just mentioned, had 11.27 inches of rain during the month of September. New Orleans, just shy of 9.5 inches of rain. While monitoring flooding threats in the southeast, forecasters are also going to keep a close eye on the potential for tropical development near the region. Pretty common this time of year, although there will be plenty of tropical moisture into the southeast. There's a strong wind shear off the coast. We've been talking about this for several days. That's been kind of hindering development of that system off the southeast coast. That may change this weekend or perhaps early next week. Tropical development becomes more likely. That begins with a southward dip in the jet stream as the storm over the southeast continues to shift northeast. The pattern change, combined with the persistent warm waters just offshore, could prove to be just the right ingredients for a tropical feature to become better organized. If we get a system with sustained winds of 39 miles per hour or greater, the name will be Wanda. All right, that would be the last name on the designated list for the 2021 Atlantic season before they'll go to the new list. Of course, last year they changed. Too much confusion using the Greek alphabet, so they'll kind of continue starting with the letter A, B, C with new names for the rest of the season. Now, should a tropical or even non-tropical develop off the Atlantic coast, it's going to continue to stir up the waters in the western Atlantic, from Georgia through the Carolinas. At this point in time, no direct impacts are expected from any feature that does form, as it now looks like the system's going to likely track northeastward and eventually head out over the Atlantic. But even so, beachgoers will continue to experience rough surf and rip currents from the Georgia coast to as far north as New Jersey through the first half of next week. The nearby tropical moisture, those also going to be enhancing the rainfall up and down the eastern seaboard there. So there's a look at the southeast. Now, parts of the southwest, let's shift gears. Other side of the country, where you endured a stormy start to the week. Rare thunderstorms producing some dazzling, disruptive lightning displays in Southern California. Forecasters say more wet weather is on the way for the drought-plagued region. The rainfall Monday really only amounted to a drop in the bucket for many locations, but it was still notable. Los Angeles International Airport received 0.03 300ths of an inch of rain, but that's barely measurable rain, right? But it was the first measurable rain at the airport since August the 18th. Now, in some locations, the rain was accompanied by thunder and lightning. AccuWeather detected 43,000 lightning strikes in the southwest during the 24 hours preceding Tuesday morning. A consequence of this much-needed rain was that the Monday night football matchup between the Chargers and the Las Vegas Raiders was delayed by half hour due to the lightning in the area. Kind of frustrated about the weather delay following the game, particularly because SoFi Stadium has a roof overhead. He said, "I'm not an engineer. I have no idea. I've never heard that. I thought it was a joke, but it affected both teams." But as that cold pocket of air in the upper atmosphere responsible for the rain and thunderstorms continued to move eastward Tuesday, Salt Lake City, Phoenix, saw some spotty showers and thunderstorms. The higher elevations of northern Arizona saw some rain, some heavy rain at times. Flagstaff, Sedona, Winslow, running the risk this past day of some flash flooding. All right, the Southwest gets a break Thursday, but then more precipits on the way after that as another cold front extending from an area of low pressure moving from the Pacific Northwest into the Rockies, along with moisture coming from the ocean, will bring the chance of rain back to Southern California, probably starting on Friday. Now, the rain may affect the efforts of containing the oil spill that we've been talking about off the coast of Southern California. If lightning were to develop in the area, the cleanup efforts may have to temporarily be suspended altogether. And of course, the gusty winds in any thunderstorm would also complicate operations. The rain at the end of the week doesn't look particularly heavy. It is expected to be more widespread than the rain that we saw on Monday. Plus, you'll see cooler air behind that front combined with the clouds, so dropping temperatures. Las Vegas, for instance, after a high of 89 degrees Monday. Forecast is only a high of 74 by Friday. As that system moves further inland into the weekend, the colder air combined with the precip may cause some snow to fall. Yep, there we go. Some higher elevations in Utah, Wyoming, Colorado may receive a dusting of snow. Following that system late this week, next storm may arrive by, say, next Monday or Tuesday. Right now, forecasters say the most likely areas for precip will be the Northwest and the Rockies from that system. Could see some rain, make it as far south and west as Southern California once again. So again, a tale of two sides of the country, the southeast and the southwest. Again, tonight as I scroll back out to the other side of the country, the rain that is still falling is on the lighter side. Eastern portions of Utah, along the Colorado line there, some precip along the Arizona-New Mexico line from north to south, and maybe a few spotty showers over there toward Flagstaff. Now, that's the bulk of the precip out west tonight. So there you go. Quick look around the country as we get things underway. Rolling into a Wednesday. We call it Hump Day. Who's checking in out of the box? Timothy. Morning, Timothy. Good to have you with us. Fuzzy. It looks like Fuzzy's first out of the box on the YouTube page. Heat wave is on board. Salt Lake City, headed for the mile high. It's cloudy, 60 degrees there. Captain Ron checking in, 75 in Gainesville, Florida. Trying to rain a little bit there. Let's see. Gerald said, Steve, there was a truck driver that hit two state troopers in Pennsylvania. We'll get the latest on that. Bama checking in from the Muskogee Turnpike in Oklahoma. Someone please give me the after show number. All right, I had several people requesting that. I'll try to forward the emails and whatnot. Hello to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, checking in once again. I bet he gives a shout-out to the monkey gouger. He sure does, from Dodge City, Kansas tonight. All right, let's see. Q-Ball is on board. Great night for cab over trucking, he says. Good to have you with us, Q-Ball. Porn star checking in from East Texas, clear 71 degrees. Great night for trucking. Hello to 007 in Sullivan, Missouri tonight. Checking in from the Flying J. All right. Justin on board, checking in. Have a great show, Steve. Keep it between the ditches, yo. Tony is on board. Happy Hump Day from Hamilton, Ohio. Carrot Top is with us from Fort Pierce, Florida at this hour. Fuzzy is on board, at home, a bit under the weather. Not flu, but chest. Steve, nice pictures you shared on Facebook of the grandkids. We'll be with you, listening in all night long. All right, hope we have a good show in store for you, Fuzzy. West Michigan checking in. That's our friend Crazy Ray, 61 degrees. Happy Hump Day. Richard on board from Central Florida. We're at 69 degrees. Buster Brown checking in. Morning scene from Essex, Montana, is it? Cloudy, 50 degrees. Big Bad John checking in. We're at 69 degrees there in Mount Carmel, Illinois. Josh, the garbage throwing daddy from outside Cincinnati, checking in this morning. And hello to Fly Rod, checking in from Talking Rock, Georgia. Good morning to all. Good to have you with us. All right, around the country, it's 844-844-3388. As always, I get to some of our industry headlines and lots to cover as we make our way into a Wednesday. That's right, Hump Day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, some of the items we'll be delving into a bit later as we roll on to the late night, early morning hours. About this time a week ago, word was coming out of Panama, no less. Authorities down there saying, hey, we've got another massive convoy coming together. Yeah, maybe another 20,000 Haitians trying to make their way to the United States. Yeah, they updated that. They're now saying there could be close to 60,000, mostly Haitians, making their way toward the United States. This could be the largest convoy, I guess you'd call it, of illegals flooding toward the United States, potentially all arriving at nearly the same time. Yes, 60,000 headed this way, folks. So, yeah, we'll give you the full update on that a bit later on. As a matter of fact, I got an email from Vic earlier. He said, Steve, you know, the Haitian immigrants, they could possibly be carrying the African swine fever because ASF is now in the Dominican Republic. African swine fever is sometimes called pig Ebola, since both of them are DNA virus. Our Agriculture Secretary, Vilsack, claims the Department of Agriculture is taking precautions to ensure ASF doesn't reach the United States. But tell me, how can that be possible with the open borders? That is a mystery to me. Now, while the immigrants won't be carrying the illness itself, they can carry infected food and possibly the tick that actually causes the pig Ebola or African swine fever. Let me see. On another subject, though, real quick, like I was unaware that hybrid electric cars actually use the transmission as a generator until I watched the Weber on YouTube. Now, since these transmissions are sealed and have to use approved oil, I'm just curious if Hot Shot Secret has any publicly available information on how their products could be used in hybrid cars. You know, fossil fuel cars look better and better the more research I do into electric vehicles. Yeah, you think? Yes, sirree. Thank you so much. Good to have you with us, Vic. Let me jump up here. It looks like old Gilligan's on board right out of the box tonight. What's going on, Gilligan?
Oh, just driving down 81, eating freezy cups, my normal thing. Hey, Steve, I got a little bit of a joke for you, in a way. How many Dayton freight drivers does it take to change a headlight?
Dayton Freight. I have no idea. How many does it take, Gilligan?
Well, according to Jolly Green and Sex Maniac, it takes 2. Yeah, I tell you. Can you imagine watching that operation, Jelly Bean and Sex Maniac? That's a scary operation.
Yeah.
I'd be afraid to knock
Probably reminiscent something. Have you ever heard something about a monkey and a football? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. But I'm gonna touch on a subject you just touched on about the Haitian immigrants coming up here, the 60,000 possible caravan and all that. Yeah, I've spent some time in the immigrant communities. My wife was married to a legal Mexican immigrant some years ago and stuff. You know, people don't realize this, but amongst the legal immigrants, I mean the ones that are here legally, my stepson's a legal Mexican immigrant. They have no use for the illegal immigrants because they know what the sacrifices they had to go through to get here legally. You know, it's amazing that people still support this illegal migration. You're going to come in here, go through the process, go through it legally. You know, I once spoke to a man that was a French immigrant, believe it or not, moved here when he was 8, just after World War II. And that was his big beef. He said, people come to this country now, they don't want to learn the language. They just want everything handed to them. It's like this so-called stimulus, this monstrosity of a $3.5 trillion bill.
Yep.
This is nothing but a payout of welfare to people that just flat out don't want to work for it. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you are physically and mentally able to work and you are poor in this country, that is your choice. There's plenty of jobs and careers out here where you could make a good living to become middle class. I don't think you disagree with that statement, do you, Steve?
I do not. You are correct.
Yeah. But anyway, well, that's about all I got for today. I wanted to give you an update. I've already talked to Jelly Bean and Sex Maniac. I was talking to that idiot fly rod down there. He crawled out of his cave. I think you've seen that he posted on Facebook. So he's out there crawling around tonight.
Down in Talking Rock, Georgia. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, he's out of his cave tonight. All right. Thanks, Steve. Thank you for taking the call.
Yes, Gilligan, thank you much. Have a good morning. Who else checking in? Mike is on board. Happy Hump Day from Beaver Creek, Ohio. Chevy Guy, of course, copy the mail. Got you with us. Rambler on board. It was good to hear from you last night there, Rambler. Checking in over here in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, delivering auto parts for O'Reilly. Just a shout out to the Overnight Nation. Buckeye Boy checking in from Charleston, Tennessee. A comfortable 68 degrees tonight. It's exactly where we are, actually outside the Hotshot secret bunker here. 68 degrees. Anyway, headed back to Georgia to unload after delivering and pick it up in Michigan. After unloading, I'm reloading, heading back to Battle Creek. Delivering it on Friday. Gonna take next week off. Finally got it scheduled to have that root canal and crown taken care of. Took a while to find an endodontist that would take my insurance and could get me in the soonest. Yeah, I remember a couple months ago when I was trying to get mine scheduled. They were literally, talking months out in scheduling. If you needed some emergency work, you were pretty much screwed. Anyway, he said, I had a good visit with my cousins, got to meet their wives, kids, grandkids. We talked about the old times with my aunt. Anyway, have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Heavy D's on board. Hello, good to have you with us. Hired gun checking in from Kingston, Georgia tonight. 70, little light drizzle. A dark night tonight. Hello to Mr. Q on board. Hillbilly Tex, hey there, good to have you with us. Yeehaw, he said. Now, Hired Gun said, latest news from the ARCA truck racer, John Wes Townley. We shared the story that he was shot and killed. He said, our local news says he allegedly attacked his wife's boyfriend with a hatchet. And I guess the boyfriend shot him and the wife by mistake. I'm a little confused. So Townley was killed. Wife will survive. Charges are being explored against the wife's boyfriend. To which Crazy Ray says, someone explain, how do you shoot two people by accident? Hired Gun said the girl likely apparently stepped into the line of fire, or either that or the boyfriend was just a crappy shooter, okay? All right, but that's a mess all around. Thanks for the update. Let's see. Papa Rock on board. Check it in from Lafayette, Louisiana. Here on a Wednesday, hump day. Good to have you all with us. Again, hope your week's going well. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. We'll get a news break, and great to have you on board. Lots to cover here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Last week it was meetings at the White House with legislative leaders. Today it was a visit to Michigan, where President Joe Biden continued to sell his two legislative priorities, the huge infrastructure bill and the even bigger social spending plan. He says America used to lead in many things, including innovation and jobs and overall with its economy, but then
we stopped investing in ourselves. We risk losing our edge as a nation.
Many Democratic lawmakers on a Senate panel today said it was Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg who really should come in and answer questions of lawmakers about Facebook and how it operates. As a company whistleblower did appear before the panel today, Frances Haugen, accusing Facebook of harming kids, stoking division, and weakening democracy. On a pretty good day on Wall Street, the NASDAQ gained 178, and this is...
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Good to have you on board here as we work our way into a Wednesday, 6th day of October. Almost a full weekend already. Let's see if we can work this out right with the miracles of modern technology. Jump up and I will click on the magic twanger. And we should have some guests online. I'm looking for Bruce and Charles. We got both of you, just one of you? Are you kind of conference called in? How we doing?
We're both here, Steve. Thanks for having us on.
Yes, sir. All right, so that works out. You got this. So you did your little conference call and then dialed us up. And did you have any trouble getting through?
Not at all.
Well, on my little computer screen, it says you're actually checking in from Calgary, Canada. Alberta, is that true?
Correct. That's correct. Right beside the Rocky Mountains, the Texas of the North.
So it's like, what is it, like 10:30 there? Something like that?
That's right.
Well, I guess who wants to start? Tell me a little bit about yourself. And you guys have some products we're going to try to introduce to our listening audience. I know, I'm kind of curious about the solar thing because that's been a topic of discussion. So where would you like to start? Who wants to go first?
I'm Bruce, and we're a team of former fleet and transportation managers. And what we're doing is bringing technologies to the industry which increase the equipment utilization, keep it on the road out of the shop, and lower the cost of ownership, of course, and then lowering environmental and liability impacts. So basically what we do is we lock and flag loose wheels, we keep the brakes in adjustment, tires from skidding, and we have an array of solar products for reefers, heaters, lift gates. We're about to launch a solar trailer to help run hybrid reefers. So we're serious into creating technologies to help people keep it on the road and lower the costs.
So
that's basically who we are.
So you've got an array of products we can kind of discuss here tonight. What did you want to start with the solar? Is that I think I was supposed to have some attachments sent, which I didn't get in my email. I know you're going to be talking about. You said the solar for the reefer trucks, some of the safety products. Yeah, says here the solar is made right here in the USA. Yeah, maybe start with that product. Tell me what it is, how it works. Is this something that's only for like newer trailers, or is it retrofittable for anyone? That kind of stuff.
It's retrofittable for anyone, Steve. One of our most popular units is one of the ones that we call it our hotel power. So it runs your truck, your 4 truck batteries, and the 4 if you're running the electric APUs. We've got a 300 watt, either a 300 watt or a 380 watt option. And we have a dual charge controller. So what that can do is when it's finished charging the APUs, then it focuses on the truck batteries, so it keeps them both topped up. We deal with Canada's largest grocery chain up here, and they were having trouble. They were burning through batteries every 18 to 24 months on their APUs. We put the first kit on there 6 years ago, and they've yet to change a battery on it since that kit's been on. So they've extended battery life 3 to 4 times now.
Wow.
And when you're talking 8 batteries, even at $100 a battery, the payoff's quick on it. And the nice part is instead of the APU dying partway through the night or somebody having to charge the batteries before they go to sleep or partway through, now the APU for them is lasting through the nights. And that's even in the wintertime up here. So I know down there you guys need to run your air conditioning in the south, but up here we've got to run our heaters in the winter, and they burn a little bit more fuel.
Mm-hmm. So when it comes to solar panels, I think, boy, they're exposed to the elements, and obviously you got to have sunshine, right? If you have a cloudy day or a snowy day, because you have a lot of snow up there. How do you keep them charging or operational in the elements?
So there's difference in solar panels. Our panels are not like what you would see on your house that only operate during the peak hours of the sun. We've got a flexible solar panel, and they can mount direct on. They don't have to be off, so they don't have to be off the surface that they're mounted to, so they don't create any lift. They work very, very efficiently out of the sun. We have our panels with several customers and a large electronic supplier and lighting supplier over in London, England. And they've tested out our panels and say they are 4 times more efficient than the nearest solar panel available over there. Mm-hmm. And I mean, we're on the mail systems over there with the 3rd largest retailer in the world has tested out our solar and has now started to use it. I mean, there isn't a lot of sun in England, but we managed to pull it through. Our panels are rated at higher than most when it comes to out of the sun efficiency. So, I mean, I've got them on my RV myself. So those things are turning on within about 10 to 15 minutes of the sun starting to come up, and they run until the sun starts to sink down. So we're getting more production out of the day, and as the sun increases, we're getting the strength is getting stronger and stronger. When you look at solar panels, anybody can buy a 100-watt panel or a 200-watt panel. What matters is how effective it is in low light, or as you said, in the snow or on a rainy or clouding day. The thing with rainy days and snowy days, the UV is still coming through, and that's what the panels are picking up on. Our panel was so efficient that we were when they were installing it in one of the shops running lots of fluorescent lighting, it was getting 12 volts through the panel inside from the UV coming off of fluorescent lighting.
That's pretty wild. Well, can you try to maybe paint me a visual with words, because we can't show the listening audience, how big these are, and these are mounting on the trailer, I'm assuming? Are they a permanent mount kind of thing? And try to paint me a picture if you could.
On the truck, we have 3 separate 100-watt panels, and being from Fleet, if one burnt out, I still have 200 watts of support. And ours are wired in parallel, so you do have the 200 watts. And it's much less expensive to change one panel than one solid 300-watt panel. So the three 100-watt panels are for the truck, and we just launched a new, larger efficient panel for the trucks. It's a 190-watt panel. 190-watt panel, and two of them go on the trucks for 380 watts. So on the trailers, they would mount either on the front of the reefer unit. On the rail, we have an angled bracket to put it on a 30-degree angle, so it clears the stacked reefer trailer on the front on the rail. So we have special applications for each unit. For lift gate, it simply mounts onto the top of the trailer. And everything we do is with a 1-inch wide double-sided tape. We know there's lease trucks out there, rental trucks out there, so we don't want to drill holes. Mm-hmm. And the biggest thing people understand, what solar is actually doing, it keeps your batteries out of that degradation area around that 12.1 volts, and that's where your battery starts dying quicker and degrades it, and the life is shortened faster. So basically, as the largest fleet we have up here, they're up to around 300 trucks and over 1,000 reefers, and they basically, again, stop buying batteries. They don't boost batteries, and again, they're the ones who are coming up to 6 years on a set of truck batteries and still going. So the installation is very simple, and on top of the truck, they basically take about a third of the roof up on the back of the sleeper. They don't take up much room at all. Again, the more efficient your solar cells are, the smaller the panel is. So you can have three 100-watt panels from different suppliers, and they can be three different sizes. So we are the most, per area, watts per area, we are the most efficient to get in that area, the most amount of panels.
All right, so you're saying there's a return on an investment. So I'm trying to. You mentioned, so are you using solar panels to charge a battery, which then you no longer have to fire up like a diesel-powered APU, and you're saving on the fuel cost? Is that what you're trying to do?
Exactly, because once you install the solar, the alternator is no longer charging the batteries during the day. The solar takes that over because it's getting a power source of 14.8 volts down to the batteries from something other than the alternator, so it doesn't need it. And that's basically why we're seeing the battery life so long, is because, like our biggest customer says, the batteries are charged 100% of the time. At night, when if they're using the truck at night, the alternator is doing the job. But during the day, as soon as the first hour, say the truck was sitting, all those parasitic draws are replenished in the battery in the first hour or two when the sun comes up.
And you're saying that with the batteries fully charged, you're able to run, if you're taking, say, a 10-hour break, are you going to be able to use the heat or the AC without killing the batteries?
Exactly. And the problem, I come from trucking. I'm also a heavy-duty tech from the early 80s. And the biggest problem is, if the batteries, when they went to bed, were 100%, we'd all be set. But no, they're a few hours before bed. You got the TV going, a laptop, music, and the batteries end up around 50% before the guy goes to bed. So he needs, at least 50% to keep that electric APU running all night. So what happens is they're only getting 6-7 hours runtime. Well, now that you have the solar on top, when the sun goes down, you go to bed, all 8 batteries, the 4 for the truck and the 4 for the APU, are 100%. So that's why the largest customer we got, they're getting 18 hours runtime on their 4 batteries for their electric APU, AC and heat.
Wow. All right.
So there's the difference.
How about maybe, I guess I could get a visual if I had a website maybe. Where do I find more about your solar product?
Now, our solar should be on the turbo3000.com website. So that's www.turbo3000.com.
Let me take a look here. Let's bring it.
They're our distributor down in the States.
Okay. And I know you said that they are made there. Is it in Washington State? Is that correct?
Yes, they're coming out of Blaine, Washington.
Okay, I'll do a quick search here and see if I can find the link there. All right, we'll get a quick 2-minute timeout. Hang in there. We'll come back. I know you've got more on the solar and then some other products we're going to quickly discuss, introduce to the audience. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Welcome back, Bruce. Great to have you on board here. And, okay, so I pulled up turbo3000.com, and, of course, they've been around for a number of years, so yeah, you're kind of coming on board with them as a distributor. I see he's got the solar product. I don't know, the link didn't work when I clicked on it, but you've also got the safety lock, the brake-mate air brake stroke indicator. Those are all products that are running through you, and he's a distributor?
That's correct. And if you need to find more on the solar, Steve, you can go to www.mdltd.ca, our site. That's our site. It's got more in depth than what he has on his link.
Yeah, it'll show you every mounting application for every component that we supply.
So give me that again. M is in Mary, D is in dog, L.
TD.
TD.
As in limited.
Okay.
.ca.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll pull that up. LTD. Very good. So, what? Give me a breakdown on what kind of investment we're looking at to try to. I guess solar. They're trying to say this is a way of going green, right? I'm not big on the new Green Deal, but I guess if you can do something that's ultimately going to give you a return on investment, which you're saying it's going to do, it might be something some of our drivers are interested in.
Well, we found the return on investment, Steve, is on not replacing the batteries, on the savings for the truck not starting up and the alternator running to charge the batteries. The side benefit that we've noticed for our customers up here is that whole green thing. The bigger companies have kind of gone to it. So all that it does is allow you to turn around and say that you're part of it. It allows you to bid on more work. That's all that we've found up here. Yeah. Ours is all about the ROI, is how we can actually save you money in the real time.
Yeah. Being a former fleet manager, great to be environmentally green, and safety is always first, but there has to be a return on the investment and a savings moving forward, and also removing an issue in fleet. That's what we're all about in bringing technologies in, removing an ongoing issue, and then getting a payback for that. And the biggest thing we don't want to do is stop these trucks for anything, and that's what our products are more along designed to, from solar to the brake mate. We don't want you stopped at a scale because your brake's out of adjustment because you couldn't tell. So we're all about allowing you to make more miles, and that's what the technologies are. And we've got a whole slew of new technologies coming out for the folks.
How much mechanical abilities do I need to have to be able to put one of these systems on? Again, if I'm a backyard mechanic, a little bit of skill, or do I need to have them professionally installed?
It's plug and play all the way. It's just a positive and negative at your 12 volts. And the panels are stuck down with, like I said, the 1-inch wide double-sided tape, easily removed. And even the controller is stuck in with the double-sided tape. All of our battery harnesses are fused for protection. And it's very, very simple. Anyone can put it on. Easier than in putting together furniture.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I bought some IKEA products in the past, and those can be a pain in the butt, if you know what I mean. All right, so...
Well, I wasn't sure if I could say IKEA or not without getting anybody in trouble, but yeah, it's a lot easier than putting IKEA furniture together.
Oh, my. So what else on the list? I'm looking from your website, mdltd.ca. You've got... you want to talk about the brake mate, or you talked about the anti-skid stick?
Yes. Again, what we're about is giving operators all the tools to get from point A to point B without getting any downtime, damaging any equipment, adding expense with tires not making it. So, for example, the tire anti-skid stick we designed is a simple one. I didn't want to add any extra costs. Like there's some out there where tire companies, if they have to touch anything extra on your wheel, they charge you for it. Well, we're not doing very good if we do that. So our tire anti-skid stick hammers onto the rim, same as your balancing weight does. But then I added a little tooth to grab into the rim, so you have to spread it to take it off. It's a spring steel. And then off of that is a 4-inch stick made out of polyurethane, the same material as your shock bushings and whatnot. We don't cut corners here. And it has a yellow dye in it. So at 30 kilometers or miles an hour, the rotation of the wheel causes the stick to fold up, so I don't put you over width. And it gives the operator a visual ID if his wheels are turning. Big thing is frozen brakes to the drum, but a large part is mechanical failures, which will lock up that wheel. At night, when someone's behind you, your wheels look like yellow halos. So if you only have 3 yellow halos out of 4, you know one wheel's not turning. But it's simple, inexpensive, and when the tire man does his tire repair, he doesn't touch the tire stick. It stays on. Just like when they do a flat repair on your pickup, they mark where the balancing weight is on the tire, and they put it back on, and they don't touch the weight. So we want to keep it along the lines of very simple technology, but it does such a great impact on getting you to point A to point B. So that's what our tire anti-stick is doing for us. Now, the one product I want to speak about, which is we just started offering into the U.S., is our safety lock. Biggest thing we have is wheel end issues. And being a mechanic technician myself, the problem I had in the 70s was there was no tools to measure, stretch studs, stretch nuts, damaged components. And what I did was I just took a new stud, put it beside the old one with a light under it to see if it was stretched, and then I took the nut, ran it down the new stud. Okay, that's all we had. But now there's tools to measure even for worn pilots. So we do have the tools, and that's what we offer first, is the 5-in-1 gauge to measure these components. So we understand we're putting something on a good hub. So then we put on our safety lock. We are pretty much the only product in the market that when the clamping force is lost, say stretch stud, rust build up between the mating surfaces, well, we lock it, but we also flag it. So it's a dual purpose thing that identifies clamping force loss. And again, we have to be inexpensive. So to pretty much to outfit your wheel, you're almost half the cost of a wheel retorque is. And that's going quite large throughout the U.S. We have about, 12 million of them running around Canada so far in the last 15 years. Our oldest fleet still has them on. And for a product such as that, if the fleets are keeping them on after 15 years, it must be something that's working. So that safety lock, we're also, because we learned we got self-driving trucks running up here already, we're also turning it electric. So when it locks in flag, we're still going to keep the big flagging hole there. So a person doing his pre, post, and daily inspections will have a visual. But if they're not looking, it's going to send a signal to a light on the dash through the tracking system that there's a loose wheel, and also onto the trailer as well. And if that's not being addressed, then it sends a signal to dispatch through the existing tracking unit of the truck, letting them know there's a loose wheel. So we're getting ready already for the self-driving trucks. So we got a lot of fun stuff coming. So that's how serious we are about wheel ends.
How common is it for like lug nuts to begin to loosen up on that 18-wheeler wheel? Is it pretty common?
Here's the problem what we have. I wish they would take the forward button off those 1,200 foot-pound tire guns. You might need that to remove the nut. But that's what they're using to put back the nut to get a 500 foot-pound reading. So, and that's where the damage is done. Once a stud is stretched, it's a spring. If you pull it not enough, it's not going to pull in enough, and it's going to come loose. If you pull it too much, you're going to pull the spring, and it won't be pulling back. And that's 99% of the problem out there is the tire guns. We have the fleets, our largest fleet, they run about 6,000 trailers with them and about 300 trucks. And when we outfitted the fleet, they had to replace 60% of the wheel nuts and studs because they were stretched. And the procedure they had in place, I don't want to see anything more than a half inch, and that's even big, to put the wheel on, and they wanted to see a half inch turn with a torque wrench. They haven't had an issue in over 12 years. And then that's, I'm a show me kind of guy. Mm-hmm. I like test results from track and that, but I'm a real world testing. Give it to me. I'm going to run it on my fleet for a while, and let's see what happens in my logistics. So, but that's what's going on with the wheel ends problem. And it is a large problem.
Okay, coming up, we're going to get a news update here. And I'm going to have to hold over, and when we come back, I think I want you to tell me a little bit about the Brake Mate. I know they have blitzes every year. Of course, you're all familiar with the 72-hour road check because that's the U.S., Canada, Mexico, the whole North America thing, and they have numerous blitzes every year. And it seems like every blitz, brake issues is one of the top concerns, the top out-of-service citation on trucks for whatever reason. So maybe we'll come back with the Brake Mate and touch on the Turbo 3000. That's all just ahead, so hang in there. We'll be back after a news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Last week it was meetings at the White House with legislative leaders. Today it was a visit to Michigan, where President Joe Biden continued to sell his two legislative priorities, the huge infrastructure bill and the even bigger social spending plan. He says America used to lead in many things, including innovation and jobs and overall with its economy, but then
we stopped investing in ourselves. We're risk losing our edge as a nation.
Many Democratic lawmakers on a Senate panel today said it was Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg who really should come in and answer questions of lawmakers about Facebook and how it operates. As a company whistleblower did appear before the panel today, Frances Haugen, accusing Facebook of harming kids, stoking division, and weakening democracy. On a pretty good day on Wall Street, the Nasdaq gained 178, and this is
Awesome and amazing day, man. This is John Jubilee with EnergizedHealth.com. That's right. Write that down after you get off of this at EnergizedHealth.com, because this is your moment to change your life. Intelligent men are skeptical. I want you to be skeptical, but I want you to go check this out today. We have a breakthrough science that is so powerful that hundreds of doctors have changed their life. They recommend it to their patients, physicians to U.S. presidents, leading scientists across the world, because it works. Intercellular hydration pushes all the toxins out of your body. It pushes all inflammation out of your body, can cause your brain to have double the function, men, double. Your testosterone level could rise 500 points naturally. You can wake up every morning like a teenage boy again and lose 30 to 40 pounds of solid fat every month. Be skeptical, but go check this out today at EnergizeHealth.com. That's EnergizeHealth.com.
Civilians working for the Department of Defense are now required to roll up their sleeves, the Pentagon explaining in a memo issued Tuesday that all 700,000 civilian employees must be fully vaccinated against coronavirus by November 22nd. It comes after Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin ordered military members and personnel in August to get their shots. Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis is going after Attorney General Merrick Garland again. On Twitter, the governor accused Garland of going after parents who are simply angered, legitimately so, he says, at the school mask mandates. That was in response to the Attorney General's order to the FBI and to prosecutors to work with local officials to fight what he called a disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence against American educators. And this is USA Radio News.
Lights out. Everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Rising ocean temperatures are leading to a loss of coral reefs around the world. That's according to the latest research from NOAA. The agency's report finding a 14% loss of global corals between 2009 and 2018. The Global Coral Reef Monitoring Network noting that despite coral reefs only covering a small fraction of the sea floor, they're responsible for supporting about a quarter of all marine species. Out of the folder marked "This Story Almost Writes Itself," William Shatner is headed into space at age 90. The actor will be aboard Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket when it lifts off on the 12th of October.
I'm going to see the vastness of space and the extraordinary miracle of our Earth and how fragile it is.
It'll be the New Shepard's second trip to space after founder Jeff Bezos and some others made that journey in July. Shatner will become the oldest person to fly into space at 90, breaking a record set by aerospace pioneer Wally Funk on the Blue Origin's first flight. At that time, Funk was 82. And today, Wendy's and Kellogg's have announced a partnership that will lead to the release of Wendy's Frosty Chocolatey cereal hitting shelves this December. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, right back at it here on a Wednesday. That's what we're working our way into, time zone to time zone. As we close out hour number 1, and we're back. Bruce, good to have you with us. Charles on the line as well here this morning. I figured it out. MD is Manufacturer Direct, MDLTD.ca. And you got little video presentations and whatnot, and the links there to show how these products we're talking about work. And I guess obviously if you scroll down, you can probably learn more about ordering and whatnot. Turbo 3000 is actually distributor in the USA for the brake made and the safety lock. Is that correct?
For all of our product line.
Very good. All right. Well, I want to get to tell me what the brake made is all about. Now, you've got, I think, also the Turbo 3000. You've got one of the largest grocery chains there in Canada that's been using the Turbo 3000 for several years now. So we'll touch on that momentarily. But start with the brake mate. What's that all about, and what's that going to do for me?
Well, everyone knows what it feels like to get shut down at the scale because the brakes you thought were an adjustment aren't. And it doesn't take a lot to put these auto slack adjusters, which we call auto slack adjusters, out of adjustment. Now up here, our biggest problem we have is the cold weather and people not using the proper grease in it. They're using an EP2 summer grease, and as soon as the cold weather hits, it stops adjusting. And they wonder why they shut down at the scale. So we recommend any type of colder weather, use an EP1. It's good to about minus 65 and up to well over 100. And you don't have to have any issues with these things. When these auto slacks first come out, we had to use a special grease that we had to buy from the manufacturers, and that's a long time ago. But that's what I found. And on anything being installed, make sure we get them installed at the correct angles and follow the instructions, and you won't have a problem with the auto slacks. But to address it, I needed to create something that's simple, a dual purpose, and very inexpensive, and something that you can see without crawling under the trucks and trailers, because most of these trucks and trailers we can't get under. So that's where I created the stop sign shaped brake mate, and it's made out of a copolymer. It's good to any temperature, stays flexible, and I also closed up the ends of them. So when the brake is off and the brake mate is sitting up against your brake chamber, it assists in keeping contaminants out of that service side brake chamber. And I know I've seen them quite full of sand and whatnot when I was a tech. But the brake mate is something very simple and gives you an indication that, that thing is an inch to 2 1/4 inch away from the brake chamber. I'm okay to go. Mm-hmm. So great safety aspect for a little investment.
So it's just a little product, and it looks like it just snaps right in with like the push of a thumb kind of thing. Is that the way it works?
Exactly, and we're helping a lot of fleets because a lot of them don't know during a safety. If they look in the safety inspection manual, U.S. I think you're supposed to see it from 12 feet away, some sort of an external brake stroke indicator, and people don't see that. So until they understand it, I said, well, at least put a zip tie or something till you learn the legislation and understand it, and know that. Let's put something simple so we can identify. Everyone wants their brakes to be an adjustment, so without spending a lot of money.
And I see you've got the headline there. Brake mate is CVSA compliant. Yeah, what does that mean? CVSA compliant.
Well, we have a bunch of the scales up here, the scale houses up here. Well, they are actually offering a brake mate as well with the CVSA logo on it. Again, they're selling it very inexpensive, or actually giving it away when they find someone who's out of adjustment to assist. That's what we're about up here. So basically, it complies with the CVSA product, and what's necessary to see. A tape or whatever, anything that's visually can be seen by the driver is acceptable.
Very good. All right, let's. Can we jump to the Turbo 3000? I mean, so you're saying that you've got one of your largest grocery chains up there. What is it called? Loblaws?
Yeah, we have a chain that's been running them on we have a reefer version and a truck version, a smaller one for the reefers. But our oldest fleet is 15 years now, and they're seeing crazy results. And they're in the heavy haul business, which is really a constraint, hard on the engine. And they're seeing the best results out of that turbo. And basically, we're not changing the molecular structure of a fuel molecule. As a technician, I understand the proper way to move a liquid through a pipe is not necessarily putting 7,000 pounds of pressure through it. And it's simple what it does, but I've checked all over the world, and there's nothing out there that guarantees you that your 10% or in 60 days or your money back. There's no risk on it. And I've been representing them. Actually, my biggest customers are in Bogota, Colombia, and Lima, Peru. to let you know that I've sent most of that stuff down there.
One question I know that because we talked about this product for many years before Andy passed away, and the guy that actually created it. Are things different now with the newer engines? I mean, because most are now, what do they call it, high pressure rail systems. Is this something that's going to be more beneficial for your older trucks? Yay or nay?
Well, so far we're seeing results on all the trucks. To be honest with you, and as Pete comes on, he has more updated clients than we have. We brought the turbo back in about a year ago, and our clients were requesting it back, and we didn't even know we were able to have it again. Eh?
Okay.
It was a big hit for us when Andy passed, and that's when we lost the product. And it was a sad thing because it really did what it does, and no one actually says it didn't work for us up here. So we were so excited to be able to offer it back to our customers because they're taking it off old vehicles and putting it on new vehicles.
Okay, so
and I actually was sending out old distributors and grab parts for the fleets we service.
And I guess so. I get you're kind of are you doing like a reciprocal? You're the distributor there for the Canadian clients through MD Ltd.
Exactly. We have a whole slew of fleets up here that they're actually waiting for our next line to come out, and we're actually doing significant differences to their fleets. We've actually created technologies for fleets such as Coca-Cola up here, where they were having issues with the beverage trailers and back issues. So we had 2 weeks to create a beverage step technology and the engineer's report and everything, and we got them done for them. So we actually create technologies requested by fleets to remove a certain issue, either environmental or safety.
And Steve, you're right. We found that partnering with Pete has been just fantastic for us. It opens up the U.S. market for us to his customers, and then getting it back, being able to get the Turbo 3000 back up into Canada has been great. We've been on the phones calling our customers, letting them know to get it back moving up here. I mean, we've got truck dealerships up here that have been putting them on at new.
Wow.
So they're good on the new trucks as well. Like, I mean, coming right off the showroom floor, one of our dealerships has been putting them on brand new.
That's great. Okay. Well, that's good news. Well, so
It's a hard sell for a dealer to turn around and go, we want to put on a third-party product that'll give you better gas mileage.
Well, in this day and age, with the prices going where they're going, I don't know, you guys always pay a little more there in Canada than we do. Of course, you base it on the liter, but I mean, yeah, we're it looks like we're inching back toward the $4 per gallon diesel here. Obviously, California, it's averaging like $4.40 a gallon, but that's... We're
at about... Ours works out to about we're well over $5 US across the country here.
Wow. So yeah, any savings on fuel economy, 5%, 10%, will definitely give a return on investment in probably fairly short order these days.
We're seeing a lot of returns in the 15+% from our customers.
All right. I think they got, Pete's been advertising. If you want to order the Turbo 3000, I guess you've got the same offer for your Canadian friends. Steve saves. You get 45% off your total purchase, I believe.
Very good. Correct.
All right. So, and then as far as your guys' products, as far as ordering here in the USA, that would be through turbo3000.com. Is that the direction we send them?
And if we get customers up here that contact us, we refer them down to Pete as well.
All right. Well, gentlemen, it's great to have you with us. Anything we've missed out on? Anything you'd like to touch on before we roll on?
No, I think you're very good at what you do. It's great to hear you and finally get to meet you.
Yes.
Andy said nothing but great things about you.
Yes. Yeah, he was a great loss to the industry. Boy. Well, thank you so much for staying up late with us. I guess it's not quite as late. It's 1:20 in the morning here now. So, yeah, we'll have to do it again. We'll chat more. And, of course, maybe some of our friends will order your products, and they'll be able to call in and tell us how they've worked out, exactly what – sounds like you guys kind of do on the safety side exactly what my new sponsor does at Hot Shot Secret, but they do everything on the lubrication side. Chris Gabrelchik, the founder – he essentially gets a call about an issue, a problem with something that may be transmission or engine oil or fuel related, and he develops a product to fix that issue. You kind of do the same thing when it comes to mechanical issues on trucks.
Exactly. Him and I don't sleep at night. we have a notepad beside our bed, thinking of everything.
That's great. All right, so folks can go to turbo3000.com. I know, like I said, you got the links there if you want. I think Pete's got some of the links to the videos as well. Or you can go to MD, is at Mary Dog Ltd, Manufacturer Direct, Ltd.ca, and learn more about the products, check some of that out, and maybe save some money, right?
Absolutely, Steve.
It's about saving the money and keeping it on the road.
Keeping it on the road.
We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Have a great night, and good to hear from you, and thank you so much. And tell all your Canadian friends up there about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, overnightdriveradio.com. We need to get more of our Canadian listeners back.
You've got a few hundred of them listening to you tonight, our customers.
That's great. All right.
Thanks.
All right. Have a great
Wonderful.
night, and yeah, there you go. All right. There it's. Good to hear from you guys. Bruce and Charles staying up late, so all right. We'll get to some of our other industry headlines coming up here. We'll get a quick 2-minute timeout and much more to come as we make our way into midweek Wednesday hump day. You want to jump on board? Here we go. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, seeing as we're into the month of October, cue the spooky music. Halloween just around the corner. Now, CDL Live had the story of a truck driver asking the question, have you ever experienced anything like this? A spooky encounter he had. In the video, he describes an experience he had with what some of the commenters are calling a glitch in the Matrix. Others calling it a visit from a demon. He said, "This is going to freak you out. In 31 years of driving, I've never witnessed anything like what I just witnessed," he begins. "I'm on I-15. I'm coming up to Beaver. Everybody knows the hill just before Beaver. I come upon a late model Volkswagen in the Hammer lane. I notice there's a student driver sticker on the car. He goes on to explain how he passes the vehicle as he kind of glances down, which I guess many truckers do, noticing a full-grown, beautiful woman driving the car. And he kind of called it, what did he refer to it as? Just a beautiful woman driving the car, and he noticed the last three digits of the license plate. But then he goes up the hill. He got around her, and as he starts going up the hill, the car's catching back up with him. Same license plate, same student driver sticker. But now there's a middle-aged male instructor and a teenage boy in the car. The woman nowhere to be seen, like she just disappeared. He said, "I'm kind of freaked out right now. I'm not on anything. I got plenty of sleep. I'm not crazy. I saw what I saw." And a man doesn't forget. That's what he referred to it as, a seat cover. The beautiful woman, a beautiful seat cover. Has this ever happened to you? Some took to the comments suggesting you just witnessed a glitch in the Matrix. Others, like I said he came in contact with a demon. Some even shared their own creepy, unexplained stories. So yes, like I said, it's October. It's official. Spooky season is upon us. All right, Minnesota's governor has signed an emergency order waiving the hours of service regulations for truck drivers for the third time this year in response to the ongoing drought, they tell us. Signed by the governor on Monday, remaining in effect for 30 days to allow for the more efficient transportation of livestock, feed, and water supplies during this extended period of drought. The previous two waivers, one was signed in late July, the other in late August, respectively, waiving the hours of service regulations for the movement of hay and other forage, as well as water supplies, commodities used in livestock feed, and the livestock themselves. The governor also announced a $10 million drought relief package to support Minnesota farmers and livestock producers. But that package has to still be approved by the legislature. They're not scheduled to meet again until January, though, so it's going to be some time on that. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Let's get to the calls here on a hump day. And what's the handle? Who we got on the line there? Breeze, what's going on this morning?
We were all talking, old monkey guys, we were talking on the pre-show. And we thought we'd make you aware. We're worried about big techs. He's hearing things on the line that we need to be concerned about his mental health.
What's he hearing?
We just need to make you informed of it.
Is this some sort of a spooky tale? Hillbilly Tex is hearing things?
Yeah, he's hearing noises on the line when we're all talking on there. None of us are hearing it.
Interesting.
So I just figured I'd let you talk to him, and you can discuss that on there. I'm sure he's probably sitting on hold waiting to talk to you.
So no, he's not there yet. But what kind of what's he hearing? Is it voices or just mysterious sounds, or what is it?
Mysterious sounds that none of us else are hearing about.
Boy.
I don't know if he's visited meteorite boy out there and got some of that meteorites in his ears, or we don't know. We're trying to figure it out. Me and Monkey Guys are trying to figure it out.
Well, he's not hitting the wacky tobacco or something, is he?
I think he got into that clear liquid.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Okay.
That's all I need. I don't need to take much of your time. I just figured I'd call and let you know the situation that we're dealing with.
All right. There's a spooky story for us. Right on cue. Talking about spooky stories. All right. It is news break just ahead. It's 844-844-3388. Well, it wasn't me. I wasn't the winner. But somebody's nearly $700 million richer. Yeah, the Monday night Powerball drawing, apparently one ticket, sold in California. A grocery store in Morro Bay on the coast near San Luis Obispo, according to the California Lottery. The jackpot jumped up to $699.8 million just before the drawing, the fifth largest in Powerball history, the seventh largest in U.S. history. No one had won the jackpot since June, so it's been growing and growing. After no one hit last Saturday's jackpot, it jumped to $670 million. But as we said at the time, so many people were trying to jump on the bandwagon buying tickets, it actually bumped up to $699.8 million. Now, Monday I was thinking at the time, when did they start drawing on Mondays? Monday's stroke of fortune for the ticket holder, just a little more than a month after drawings started being held on Mondays. Remember, they used to do Wednesdays and Saturdays twice a week. And so just last month, they added the Monday drawing, 3 drawings per week now. The estimated $699.8 million, that's if the winner takes an annuity. The cash prize value, lump sum, $496 million. Somebody's life just changed dramatically, huh? Yeah, now the jackpot jumps down to what, a measly $20 million. I don't think I could survive on that. All right, lines wide open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg is rejecting claims by a former Facebook executive turned whistleblower that his company puts profits over the safety of its users. Zuckerberg posting on his own Facebook page a few hours ago, quote, "It's just not true." Earlier, a former company manager, whistleblower Frances Haugen, testified to senators that, in fact, the company does put its profits above the safety of users and claims Zuckerberg would rather go sailing than take responsibility.
Execution by the Red Sox!
Some defensive magic there by the Boston Red Sox in this evening's American League wild card game against the Yankees at Fenway Park. The Red Sox had some other magic moments too. The Yankees not as many, so the Red Sox won by a final 6-2. They advance. The Yankees now play golf. This is USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back here. Lines available. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. We've been talking for several days about the summer-like heat in the northern plains. Record highs being challenged for early October. I mean, right on the heels of what was a very hot summer. The trend continuing. Omaha surpassing their September 27 record of 92 degrees last Monday, the 27th. The following day, Dickinson, North Dakota, break the record for the latest 100-degree day there. Yeah, it looks like temperatures declined slightly after that record stretch began to climb again over the past weekend. Parts of Montana looking at some near record territory this week. 86 was the forecast for Billings this past day. And it did break the October 5th record of 85 degrees. So temperatures also hit records in Bozeman and Helena, Montana this past day. Bismarck, North Dakota topped out at 91 yesterday. That was a new record. 90 was the old record in 1949. The core of the heat peaked this past day for many locations across the northern plains. Temperatures are going to still be above average for the rest of the week, though. Maybe the most significant records were set on Tuesday, Dickinson, North Dakota. The mercury peaked at 92 degrees. That was a record that was set 101 years ago. The old record of 91. And I liked it always makes me kind of chuckle when I see that previous record of 91 degrees 101 years ago. What kind of global warming did we have going on? All the internal combustion engine 101 years ago, right? All right, this latest round of heat, because we've got a large area of high pressure setting over the plains this week. The heat just exasperating the drought conditions over the north-central USA. Things have been very dry. Drought continues to grip most of the northern plains, where places like Dickinson and Williston haven't really received much meaningful rainfall since August, they tell us. Went through a very dry September. But with the heat and the drought, wildfire risk is elevated this week. Red flag warnings were issued by the National Weather Service, northeastern Montana, parts of Wyoming. Matter of fact, Wyoming and Montana. Montana has 8 of the large active fires that are burning across the western U.S. this week. Fire weather watches in effect across northeast Wyoming, western South Dakota. The end of the sweltering heat is in sight, though. Looks like a shot of cooler air rolls in this weekend, bringing temperatures closer to where we should be this time of year. That warmer air is going to begin, though, shifting further east. And the Midwest and eventually the Northeast are going to experience some of those warmer temperatures probably through mid-month, they tell us. All right, Carolina Monkey Gouger, what's going on tonight?
Well, good morning, Steve. How you doing?
Happy Hump Day.
Happy Hump Day. Look here, starting out by Tex. I'm a little worried about Tex. In the pre-show, he blew the gasket in. I don't know what was going on, but he kept hearing somebody's truck making noise and everything. I don't know what it was all about, but anyway, we told him he needed to go to bed and take a sleeping pill and go to sleep and get some rest. So maybe he'll be all right. He drank a couple more of them school buses. He'll get it all down. Might have been some of them haints up there messing with him. But Steve, have you seen the story on this camping truck world driver that was killed over the weekend?
Yeah, Hired Gun was kind of posting about that. I guess his previous wife had a boyfriend. I guess they got into a little altercation, attacked him with an axe, he said. And I guess the boyfriend had a gun and somehow accidentally shot him and his previous wife, or his own girlfriend, accidentally.
Yeah, shot him 3 or 4 times, shot her, accidentally. You shoot somebody 7 times accidentally, but I didn't know nothing about it till the night. I was just messing around on Facebook, and his daddy is the co-founder of Zaxby's Chicken Company.
That's what I thought. Yes.
Yeah, that kind of blows my mind, but NASCAR done stepped on their tail end again. There was a bunch of disgruntled, let's say, fans that left the track Monday that wasn't happy about the outcome of that race and what NASCAR pulled off up there. Have you heard anything about that?
I didn't hear about anyone being PO'd. Why? Well, I mean, I know they don't have lights. I don't know what time of the day they had a shower come through. All right, so that they pause, park the cars, they're drying the track, and I guess when they're drying, another shower supposedly came through. I guess they didn't think they could get the track dry before the sun was setting, so they called the race.
Yeah, they called the race about 3:30. And
so they had a good 4+ hours of daylight left, in other words.
Exactly. And the reason I know this, I had a buddy that was up there in the stands while they were waiting, for Bubba to claim this win.
Yeah.
I called him up and I said, "What's going on up there?" He said, "Well, we just heard from the tower that they're going to pull the rain drying, the track drying equipment off the track, and it's blue skies up here. So we got plenty of time to start this race back." So from what I was hearing from when I was talking to him, boy, they was raising mortal hell about it. They done waited one day to see the race, and then there were still 79 laps to run. And now NASCAR's got their first zebra driver won. And boy, they was hostile.
So is that what are some saying that they called it to favor Bubba Wallace? I guess that's his first. I know it's his first Talladega win. Is that his first overall win? I'm not even sure.
Yeah, that's his first win in NASCAR.
Okay.
In the big league.
Gotcha.
And they was making a big deal over it and everything, first black driver, and all this stuff. And McDonald's on the car, and it was I don't know how much money they had to pay to pull that race, but I know what there was some unhappy people there. But anyway, we got our first zebra driver since I reckon Wendell Scott. 63 there, I mean, he got a white daddy and a black mama. And he claims he's black, but I ruled that's a zebra. He's white and black, so they're making a big deal over it. But anyway, that was that. But the other thing I wanted to bring up, did you see what happened to Lindsey Graham today?
I did not catch that. What happened?
Well, apparently, Lindsey Graham went to this retirement deal to make a speech, and he started talking about the vaccine, and they got to booing his ass. And every time he mentioned COVID-19 to the vaccine, they just kept getting louder and louder and louder. So I'm hoping that this is going to be the last go-around for Lindsey. We can get him out of there. He's a disgrace to the state of South Carolina, D. Ranger sent me the video on it. It's pretty funny.
So, I mean, what the problem always arises that you don't have a true conservative Republican challenge him. Isn't that the issue?
That's the issue. That's it right there.
And then when the main election rolls around, you've got that old dreaded lesser of two evils choice to vote for the Democrat, which is, obviously even further left than Lindsey. And, Lindsey's been touted more than not as kind of a rhino. I mean, Republican in name only, but that's how he keeps winning.
That's right. I mean, I don't know how he pulls it off. Them South Carolina politics is about as crooked as a wicked stick. And they get 3 or 4 nobody to try to run against him, and then you got 3 or 4 running in the primary, and then he comes reeling in there and takes it away from him.
Okay, yep.
But I'm hoping that next go around, we got 6 years of him. I'm hoping in the next senatorial election when he runs, they can get somebody strong enough to put a butt beating on him, because I'm about tired of him. But there's other stuff that's going on up there, and you never know which side of the fence that boy plays on. That's for damn sure.
Yep.
Other than that, it's nice and cool down here in Decatur, Texas. Got the window kind of cracked. They ain't got the air conditioner running. Gonna be able to sleep tonight without the truck running. So it's a good night, That was a very interesting phone call you had from the guys up north of the border talking about their equipment stuff.
Yeah.
Glad to hear them, and maybe we can get them to start selling some hot shot secrets up there across that border.
Yeah, right.
But we got stuff that'll cover anything. Maybe we can get a foot in the door up there in that northern corridor and get something done. But Steve, we're gonna bump the dock and turn it over to somebody else. We'll talk to you later.
Good to hear from you, Monkey Gouger. Be safe out there. All right, so we've got clear lines there. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. I believe it was last, either Saturday or Sunday. Thinking we may have 1 or 2 in the afternoon, middle of the day. I step out the door and got to look out across the street. I mean, we live in a neighborhood. I mean, residents all around. There's nowhere really close where we have, big wooded areas. It's not common to see deer just trotting through the neighborhood. So I glance up, and at first I thought there's a big dog over there. So I do a double take, and there's two bucks just walking right through the neighbor's yard, crossing the street, and going back across into the. I'm thinking, where in the hell are these guys going? There's not really any wooded areas out there. Maybe a half mile, a mile away, there are some wooded. I guess they're just wandering around. And I started thinking, is it that time of year? Is it getting to be a mating season? Apparently it is. I saw the memo from the Illinois State Police this past day. The deer are on the move. Use caution, especially during the dawn and dusk hours. They frequently travel in groups. So if you see one, slow it down because there's probably more nearby or close behind. Now, it's instinct. Natural instinct is to swerve if you think you're going to hit something. They say do not swerve, especially into oncoming traffic or off the road to avoid hitting a deer, even though it's the common instinct. That's going to cause you to lose control of your vehicle and probably a more serious crash. If possible, slow to a stop, wait for the deer to move along. Of course, decreasing your speed will reduce damage to your vehicle. If contact is made, deer become mesmerized by steady, bright lights, and they'll just kind of freeze in the roadway. So if you see the reflection of their eyes, slow down, flash your headlights, honk your horn, try to alert them. And of course, obviously, if you hit them, call the popo. Yep, that is right. So I guess that explains it. They're just kind of wandering around looking for some does, right? They were smaller bucks. I guess it's antlers, I'm guessing 6-8 inches, something like that. Not very big, all right, it's about 9 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from The Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, I suppose based on this story, it's a distinct possibility someone, somewhere, very well may have been monitoring your communications for years. Communications as in all the text messages you send. According to the report, Syniverse, S-Y-N-I-verse, Syniverse, a company that handles billions of text messages from our cellular carriers, apparently quietly admitted during their filing on September the 27th with the Security and Exchange Commission that their database has been hacked for 5 years. 5 years? The company became aware of the incident on the 1st of May, and they began an investigation. The results of the investigation reveal unauthorized access has been going on since May of 2016. Here's an excerpt from the filing with the SEC. For example, in May of 2021, Syniverse became aware of unauthorized access to their operational and information technology systems by an unknown individual or organization, which prompted Syniverse's detection of the unauthorized access, launching an internal investigation. We notified law enforcement. We commenced remedial actions and engaged the services of specialized legal counsel and other incident response professionals. We've conducted a thorough investigation of the incident. The results revealing the unauthorized access started in May, as I said, of 2016, revealed that the individual or organization gained unauthorized access to databases within its network on several occasions, and that login information allowing access to or from its electronic data transfer environment. Compromised for approximately 235 of the customers. All electronic data transfer customers have been notified and have their credentials reset or inactivated, even if their credentials were not impacted by the incident. They've notified all affected customers of the unauthorized access where contractually required. No additional consumer notification is required at this time. Cineverse is responsible for routing billions of text messages every year, and they have direct connections to hundreds of mobile operators around the world. They provide services to major wireless carriers like AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and other international carriers. Now, a former employee who worked on the systems told Motherboard that those systems have information on all types of call records. Cineverse declined to answer questions about the scale of the breach and what specific data might have been affected, but according to the person who works at a telephone carrier, whoever hacked Cineverse could have had access to what they call metadata, such as length and cost, caller and receiver's numbers, the location of the parties in the call, as well as the content of text messages. All right, they have access to communications of hundreds of millions, if not possibly billions of people around the world. That means that recently discovered and years-long data breach could potentially affect millions of cellular users, depending on what carriers were actually affected, according to an industry insider who asked to remain anonymous. So when you use that number of 235 of their customers, if you had a customer like T-Mobile, for instance, that was their customer, and T-Mobile, of course, has millions of subscribers to their service. So again, like they're saying, it could be millions or billions of people who had their messages compromised. I don't know. Who's got time to read through all that stuff anyway, would be my question. But with that, all right, Fly Rod, got you coming up next. First of all, we got to get to our top of the hour news update here and get the latest what's going on. When we come back, of course, you want to jump on it. It's 844-844-3388. Another update on the pipeline, the oil spill off the coast of California. And it appears this is going to be, real world is going to be imitating Hollywood again, which has happened so many times in the past. Science fiction becomes reality. I guess this, to me, this would be akin to, what was the movie? Deep Impact was one. Of course, I guess, Armageddon, the one with Bruce Willis. That was actually a manned mission to go land on an asteroid. In this case, NASA says they're about to launch a mission to deflect an asteroid in deep space using a spacecraft. They're targeting a launch late in November. What's this all about? That sounds kind of like, the Deep Impact scenario. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Last week it was meetings at the White House with legislative leaders. Today it was a visit to Michigan, where President Joe Biden continued to sell his two legislative priorities, the huge infrastructure bill and the even bigger social spending plan. He says America used to lead in many things, including innovation and jobs and overall with its economy, but then
we stopped investing in ourselves. We're risk losing our edge as a nation.
Many Democratic lawmakers on a Senate panel today said it was Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg who really should come in and answer questions of lawmakers about Facebook and how it operates. As a company whistleblower did appear before the panel today, Frances Haugen, accusing Facebook of harming kids, stoking division, and weakening democracy. On a pretty good day on Wall Street, the Nasdaq gained 178, and this is
Awesome and amazing day, man. This is John Jubilee with EnergizedHealth.com. That's right. Write that down after you get off of this at EnergizedHealth.com, because this is your moment to change your life. Intelligent men are skeptical. I want you to be skeptical, but I want you to go check this out today. We have a breakthrough science that is so powerful that hundreds of doctors have changed their life. They recommend it to their patients, physicians to U.S. presidents, leading scientists across the world, because it works. Intercellular hydration pushes all the toxins out of your body. It pushes all inflammation out of your body, can cause your brain to have double the function, men, double. Your testosterone level could rise 500 points naturally. You can wake up every morning like a teenage boy again and lose 30 to 40 pounds of solid fat every month. Be skeptical, but go check this out today at EnergizedHealth.com. That's EnergizedHealth.com.
Civilians working for the Department of Defense are now required to roll up their sleeves, the Pentagon explaining in a memo issued Tuesday that all 700,000 civilian employees must be fully vaccinated against coronavirus by November 22nd. It comes after Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin ordered military members and personnel in August to get their shots. Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis is going after Attorney General Merrick Garland again. On Twitter, the governor accused Garland of going after parents who are simply angered, legitimately so, he says, at the school mask mandates. That was in response to the Attorney General's order to the FBI and to prosecutors to work with local officials to fight what he called a disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence against American educators. And this is USA Radio News.
Lights out. Everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Rising ocean temperatures are leading to a loss of coral reefs around the world. That's according to the latest research from NOAA. The agency's report finding a 14% loss of global corals between 2009 and 2018. The Global Coral Reef Monitoring Network noting that despite coral reefs only covering a small fraction of the sea floor, they're responsible for supporting about a quarter of all marine species. Out of the folder marked "This Story Almost Writes Itself," William Shatner is headed into space at age 90. The actor will be aboard Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket when it lifts off on the 12th of October.
I'm going to see the vastness of space and the extraordinary miracle of our Earth and how fragile it is.
It'll be the New Shepard's second trip to space after founder Jeff Bezos and some others made that journey in July. Shatner will become the oldest person to fly into space at 90, breaking a record set by aerospace pioneer Wally Funk on the Blue Origin's first flight. At that time, Funk was 82. And today, Wendy's and Kellogg's have announced a partnership that will lead to the release of Wendy's Frosty Chocolatey cereal hitting shelves this December. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Good morning, Sylvester in the land down under. Yeah, I think you're correct. Joe Biden has no clue. Get a little of this from the Taiwan news yesterday. Joe Biden said yesterday that he and China's leader, Xi Jinping, would abide by the Taiwan agreement. Well, hello, Joe. What is the Taiwan agreement? No such formal accord by that name exists. Last Friday, during China's National Day, a record 38 Chinese military craft violated the defense zone, the air defense zone, quickly surpassed by 39 the next day, another 16 on Sunday, then a record-shattering 56 planes breaching the zone on Monday. Now, that's a 4-day total of 149 warplanes. While exiting Marine One this past day, a reporter asked Joe if he had any comments regarding China's provocations over Taiwan. Biden responds by saying that he spoke with the Chinese leader about Taiwan, and we agree we will abide by the Taiwan agreement. That's where we are, and we made it clear. I don't think he should be doing anything other than abiding by the Taiwan agreement. Then he stepped further away from reporters before further questions could be asked. It's not really clear what he meant by the Taiwan agreement, because no formal agreement by that name exists. Analysts were left to speculate. Did he mean the Taiwan Relations Act, which was passed by Congress in 1979, that authorized de facto diplomatic relations with Taiwan and had a provision that the U.S. should provide weaponry for its defense? No provision in the act directly places any legal obligations on the part of China. And Communist China considers that act an unwarranted intrusion in their domestic affairs. Maybe Joe, who was a senator at the time and voted in favor of the act, could be referring to the stipulation that the U.S. will consider any effort to determine the future of Taiwan by other than peaceful means, including boycotts or embargoes, a threat to the peace and security of the Western Pacific area, and of grave concern to the U.S. Yeah, I don't know. What are we talking about, Joe? All right, back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. Morning, Fly Rod. What's going on?
Good morning, Steve. Greetings and salutations to you and all the listeners out there in the Overnight Drive radio land. This is a live phone call. This is not a pre-recorded message. Steve, I have to tell you something.
What's been going on?
Well, first of all, on a serious note, well, in my opinion, the Chinese, this is just a dress rehearsal for what's to come with Taiwan. I hope they don't invade, but I think the dress rehearsal is pretty obvious. I could be wrong, but I don't think Biden has the mental fortitude to do anything about it if they invaded Taiwan, and that would be a real problem to us and our allies if China would invade Taiwan. I hope that never happens. But anyway, I just want to get that off my chest.
Yep.
Steve, well, first of all, couple things there. Tonight, we should have been doing your grade report, and Dimeback Denny will call in tomorrow with it, and he'll get the full synopsis of what happened in the previous month of September. So everyone look forward to that. I've been getting hundreds and thousands of phone calls and emails and text messages wondering when the grade report's coming out and where is Steve going to go on his next trip.
Oh, boy.
But it's coming shortly, folks. Yeah. And second of all, I think it's a real crying shame when we have a great show such as Gilligan's Island back in the 70s, 60s and 70s, whenever it came out. The Great American Show, a great American sitcom. It was funny, it was clean, it was humorous. And yet we have one member of our audience that chooses to use that name. So, Steve, I have been inundated with phone calls, emails, text messages, smoke signals. You have it. People demanding that Gilligan quit using the stage name Gilligan and start using Hillbilligan. So, Steve, we the people demand that you not call him Gilligan anymore. He is Hillbilligan.
Hillbilligan.
And, Steve, Hillbilligan. That's right, Hillbilligan. And I know he's listening. So, Monkey Gouger, thank you for that tip. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, friend. And apparently, Hillbilligan and the Big Goose have gotten themselves in a little bit of trouble. Apparently, they've gotten into hot water with the Amish up there in Holmes County, Ohio.
Oh, boy.
They've been caught sucking out of their outhouses. I guess Moose took a big truck up there, a big pump truck, and he's been pumping out of the Amish outhouses. What him and Gilligan are doing with all that sewage remains to be seen. But maybe you can ask Hillbilligan about that. But I just wanted you to know that's a free gift, a free bit of information to put out there and use for whatever you like. And Steve, I'm just so happy to be on here. This is better than Christmas. One other thing about Hillbilligan. Him and Sex Maniac and none other than Jelly Bean Giant. Apparently, Hillbilligan is going to take them two, Sex Maniac and Jelly Bean Giant out trick-or-treating. So that was kind of a follow-up for his little joke about the headlights and Dayton freight drivers. That was their little coded message that he's going to take them trick-or-treating. Him and Sex Maniac and Jelly Bean. So that there is another freebie. That's all the nonsense I've got. Steve, I'll have Dimeback Denny call in tomorrow with a full report for the previous month. It'll be exciting. And the trip they've got planned for you, no doubt, is going to be incredible. I think you're going to really enjoy it. They've gone to a lot of work to put it together painstakingly. And that's all I got for you, my friend. Thank you so much for taking this call. Goodbye.
Can't wait to find out where we're going next. It's always an adventure. All right, NASA announcing Monday a mission to deflect an asteroid in deep space, known as the Double Asteroid Redirection Test, DART for short, the DART mission. NASA will send the DART spacecraft to a pair of asteroids. The Didymos Binary, November the 24th, aboard a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launching from Vandenberg Space Force Base there in California. DART will smash into one of the two asteroids known as Didymoon at roughly 13,500 miles per hour, just a little less than a year from now, October the 2nd of 2022. In doing so, they anticipate it will change the speed of Didymoon a fraction of a percent. But it will be enough so NASA can measure its altered orbit. That will provide valuable input into future missions to deflect asteroids. Now, at roughly 524 feet wide, Didymoon orbits a much larger space rock known as Didymos. That's nearly, well, it's 2,559 feet across. Didymos. Didymoon came relatively close to the Earth in 2003, coming within 3.7 million miles. Of the two asteroids, Didymoon is more likely to hit Earth, given there are more space rock its size that NASA and the Center for Near-Earth Object Studies have yet to observe. DART would be the first demonstration of the kinetic impactor technique. Involves sending one or more large, high-speed aircraft into the path of an asteroid in space to change its motion. All right, October 1st, NASA said that the CUBE satellite that will accompany DART is ready for installation. The CUBE weighs 31 pounds, measures roughly the length of an adult's hand and arm, according to the agency. But according to the U.S. Space Agency, there's just over 25,000 what they call near-Earth objects that they're watching, many more just waiting to be discovered. But yeah, isn't that a page right out of Deep Impact, I believe, was the one. That's when they had the reporter that came across Ellie. What is Ellie? And she had no idea what she was getting into. Ellie was an extinction-level event. Ellie. 18 past the hour. All right, clear lines. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Dad, it's great to have you on board. Thanks for spending some time with us through the late night, early morning hours. Gerald just said, we should put Joe Biden on that spacecraft so he can meet that meteorite head on. That's an idea. Morning, y'all. Country Bumpkin checking in from Decatur, Illinois, riding the overnight train to Grand Haven, Michigan. Hello to Rick in Columbus checking in. Yeah, I said, is Facebook still having issues? Mine's slow. Anybody else? All right, haven't really had any complaints via email or anything, so I'm not sure, Rick. Morning, Dale checking in from Lakeland, Florida, 79 degrees, kind of a humid night. Everybody be careful out there tonight. Moose is on board. You know, we did get, I appreciate getting the advance warning from Fly Rod there that Dimebag Danny's going to be coming in. Big Moose said, oh no, Dimebag Dummy. Dimebag Dummy going to be checking in tomorrow night. All right, Dateline, Austin, Texas. You know, just when you think, is it possible to get any worse along our southern border? This invasion that's been going on since day one of the Biden administration. State officials are bracing for what could be the largest surge of migrants ever to attempt to enter the country illegally from Mexico, just weeks after thousands of Haitians did so. While border security falls under the federal government's responsibility, the Biden administration, as we know, has reined in the Border Patrol, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. This has resulted in fewer deportations and many people being released into the country freely after illegally crossing the border, incentivizing more illegal migration. Overwhelmed Border Patrol agents pulled from the border to process people that are in custody, leaving that border unguarded in many regions. Texas government and law enforcement leaders have stepped up efforts trying to make up for the federal government's absence. Leaders there spent the weekend preparing for a possible rush of more than 60,000 Haitian migrants. Most of the Haitians have traveled from South America to cross the border rather than traveling to a port of entry. The number of Haitian migrants headed to the U.S. could be 4 times the size of the group that made it across the Del Rio last month. That was 15,000. Of course, we all remember they were camped out under the International Bridge, waiting to be taken into custody. Spokeswoman for Governor Abbott tells the Washington Examiner this week the state has deployed thousands of National Guard and Department of Public Safety troopers to the border over the past 7 months. Yeah, she did not state how many are currently on the border duties, but more than 1,000 DPS officers were sent to Del Rio with that surge in September. Texas National Guard is gearing up at the border for increased caravans attempting to cross the border by Biden's open border policy. The statement from Governor Abbott over the weekend: Haitian migrants are not traveling as a single group or caravan, but working with the cartels to go through Central America and Mexico to enter the U.S. Previous large groups headed from Central America to the border ranged from several thousand people to 10,000. You know, those that are traveling to the U.S. from South American countries such as Brazil and Chile, where tens of thousands of Haitians have legally resided for years but are now leaving in the hopes of getting into the U.S. They have to travel through Panama to get into Central America, then proceed north. Panama is pretty much the bottleneck between the two continents. Panama's foreign minister said the country has sounded the alarm about this unprecedented spike, but the Biden administration has not responded to their alert. Another 60,000 are headed to the U.S. on top of the 20,000 who made it to Del Rio last month. Another 30,000 Haitian migrants are in Colombia attempting to cross the border into Panama. Now, they said, Panama's foreign minister said, we've engaged with every single authority we can think of that we can come across to say, hey, please pay attention to this. Abbott says, I've never seen this. We have multiple reports about different caravans coming to different regions across the border. So what you're going to do in response, as we are prepared as we speak, is exactly what you saw at the apex moment when people were coming across the river in Del Rio. I guess they're going to try to line up hundreds of police and military vehicles like they did then, but you'll recall when they put those barricaded vehicles up, the migrants were just make your way further upriver or downriver to cross where the vehicles weren't. 60,000 more on the way. At what point does this administration acknowledge something has to be done? All right, let's check in with, hey there, Philip, what's going on in Florida this morning?
Just driving to work. How you doing this morning, bud?
On the way to the office. Yeah, doing all right. Happy hump day.
Yeah, you too. Hump day. Hey, Steve, I did a little investigative reporting yesterday on that missile that Russia shot off from that sub.
Yes.
The engine on that thing, I thought it was a nuclear powered one, but it's different. You ever heard of a scramjet?
Yes.
Okay, so that engine that's on that missile was a scramjet engine. So basically, they were running not solid. They were running like a jet fuel type kerosene through it. So that's pretty close to what Musk and those guys are running on their rockets that they're launching up into space. So pretty interesting. I read about it yesterday. I did a lot of reading about it. There's like 3 different types of those hypersonic missiles that they're working with. They've got one that they actually shoot up, goes up into actually space, and then comes back down and glides to where it needs to go, and it don't even have to have that much power, but it can go about 6,000 or 7,000 miles.
Wow.
So pretty interesting stuff. I was reading about her yesterday, and then end of the month we're going to have another crewed mission out of Kennedy Space Center, so be on the lookout for that one. Also yesterday, are you keeping up with the Petito situation where they're looking for that Brian Laundrie guy?
Yeah, it's kind of faded out of the headlines. I mean, I shared a story, I think it was on Monday morning, about a guy that was up on the Appalachian Trail toward the Tennessee-North Carolina line, that swears he spoke to him. That supposedly he was asking for, how can I get to California on the back roads or something? And aside from that, I haven't heard anything else.
Well, yesterday, we all know who Dr. Phil is. Dr. Phil had her family on. It was a first interview, and it was pretty interesting how his family just shut off when they tried getting a hold of him. These people all knew each other, because their kids were together as a couple, and they tried getting a hold of him, and they just ignored him. So I think mom and dad need to be looked at too. That could be kind of like aiding and abetting if you're not careful there.
Yep.
So it was an interesting interview. It was yesterday on Dr. Phil, and her parents. It's an interesting situation too with her parents. They're divorced. They actually divorced when she was like 1 or 2 years old, and they actually remarried. Both of them did, and they still good friends. They've taken care of her jointly over the years, and pretty interesting family dynamic of what they had going on with that situation. And it's heartbreaking to see the mother sitting there talking about it, and they were talking about how they got the call. Her mother, when she remarried, her new husband was actually at Grand Teton looking for her when they found her, and he's the one that had to tell everybody about what went down with her. And he said he didn't know how he was going to do it, with technology and whatever, and he didn't want to have to do it on a phone. So I guess the hotel they were staying in loaned them a conference room, and they had to pretty much have to do this. I hate to say it this way, and it sounds kind of crazy with all this new thing. And he said he had to do a Zoom call with everybody to let everybody know. He said that was the only way that he could do it.
Wow.
And, pretty hard situation. I mean, these people, you could tell they'd been put through the ringer. But her biological dad, he's upset. He's really upset about it. And he's trying to be positive, but he said it's kind of hard when the day by day cracks open. He said, it's really hard. And but they're handling it pretty good. I mean, for what it is right now. But then Dr. Oz yesterday on his show, I didn't see this, but I heard that he had Dog on yesterday on his show talking about what he was going to be doing and how things are evolving and whatnot. And Dog said he just needs a location. That's all he needs. He doesn't need a bunch of junk. He just needs a location. If you've seen him anywhere, it's all about location with him. He's just wondering where location-wise. But they said yesterday that they are searching the Appalachian Trail. They know he's a woods guy, so they know it's going to be hard to get him. But it was a pretty interesting interview. But that's pretty much all I got today, bud. And I appreciate you. Thank you for having me on.
All right. Have a great day. Good times there in the Sunshine State, right? News update time, news break, that would be the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
So real quick, like the update on the pipeline thing, the oil spill. The section of oil pipeline that burst off the Southern California coast was displaced like 105 feet across the ocean floor. According to officials this past day, that's fueling the speculation that a ship's anchor may have caused the environmental disaster. That after the Coast Guard and the drilling company came under further scrutiny about the time it took to respond to the spill. Reports that mariners were first reporting seeing oil in the water last Friday night. Official notification didn't come till Saturday around midday, at which point roughly 3,000 barrels of oil had spilled into the ocean. now soiling the coastline, closing the beaches from Huntington Beach to Newport Beach to Laguna Beach in Orange County. The oil appears to have leaked through a 13-inch gash in the pipe, which they say it was kind of pulled like a bowstring about 105 feet from where it should have been. In all, a 4,000-foot section of the 17.7-mile pipeline was displaced laterally, discovered by remotely operated vehicles, according to the Coast Guard, and this kind of underscores, this is where the greenies come in. This underscores the risk of relying on fossil fuel. Boy. We need to grow up and grow out of this dependency on fossil fuel, he says. A Good Samaritan first reported an oil sheen on the water's surface on Friday night, but that information was inconclusive, according to the Coast Guard. Satellite imagery from the federal government's National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration confirmed the presence of the oil in the water hours later. They're asking, though, why the response was delayed and whether the pipeline had been adequately inspected. They're kind of questioning. But all right, meanwhile, what's going on with, hey there, Big Sexy, what's happening? Happy Hump Day.
Well, it don't matter whether it was inspected or not. If that ship anchor's the one that done it, that ship should be responsible for that.
Right.
I mean, they're wanting to point the fingers everywhere but where the finger needs to be pointed. It don't have nothing to do with our dependency on oil. It has to do with the fact that somebody wasn't paying attention when that ship drug its anchor across there.
Yeah, that's the whole idea.
I mean, they had to know they caught on something. They moved it 105 feet. They knew if they caught on something. I mean, that don't make a lick of sense there. And as far as that 60,000 coming up, federal government ain't gonna do nothing on that. They ought to have the National Guard down there ready to turn them back. If they don't turn back, do it by force. I mean, we need to defend our border. I lose you.
What are they going to do when the 60,000 arrive? Are we going to just repeat what we did a couple weeks ago? Just cut them loose into the heart of the country?
Yeah, they ain't gonna do nothing. You expect Biden to do anything?
No,
he ain't done nothing yet.
If they thought it was a humanitarian crisis with 15 to 20,000, can you imagine what the scene would be with 40 to 60,000 all piled up there at the same time?
And they've got advance warning. Panama has warned them. They've got advance warning, so they know to do something.
Yep.
And he's going to sit there on his thumb. And Harris is missing in action. You don't know where she's at. Probably under a desk somewhere.
Well.
I mean, that just gets at me. I mean, they know what's going on. They need to do something about it. How long is it going to be before the people down there decide they've had enough?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those people in Texas, they're going to get tired of that stuff, and if the government ain't going to do it, they'll do it themselves eventually. I mean, them people coming through there, the ranchers are having their livestock, let loose, killed, and everything else. They're going to get tired of losing their property. They're going to stand up and fight eventually.
There's a breaking point for everyone, and for many of those ranchers and whatnot, they've got to. With the last 20,000 that came in, many of them were, at the breaking point. Somewhere they're going to begin to come together.
Right. And on a different subject, if I were you, I don't think I'd take any trip that Fly Rod or Dimeback Denny or Lugnut Louie or any of them come up with if I was you.
Yeah, that's probably be sending me out to the middle of nowhere, Montana, telling me, it's a beautiful place.
It must be exhausting. It must be exhausting to have three different egos like that, Never knowing which one he's going to be. I mean, He's way out there. But I guess that's all I got for right now. If I have anything else, I'll holler back at you later.
Right. Throw those headlines.
Like Moose said, keep it between the spotted and the solid.
The people need to know. Get those headlines out there. Yeah, what's going on with Cue Ball? Hey there, Cue Ball. Out there trailer trucking tonight, are you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right here doing our thing. Steve, I got to ask you a question. I'm kind of curious on this. Anybody touched on this or not? I don't really know. You know, they're talking about these caravans coming up from down south. How come all of a sudden it's Haitians? I mean, that's pretty new, isn't it?
Well, they had that earthquake down there. Now, I was questioning with the previous invasion how the hell they got from Haiti all the way over to southern Mexico and made that trek all the way to the U.S. border. I mean, it's not a cheap thing, and most of those people don't have a pot to piss in. But now they're saying most of these are Haitians that, I remember, what was the earthquake? How many years ago? Yeah, 10, 15, 20 years ago when they had they moved over to those other countries.
Been down. Yeah, they've been down in not in Haiti, but they've been hanging out in countries south of Mexico for years now. But why all of a sudden is it Haitians coming up? I kind of wonder if I don't think. Let me just dance delicately here. I kind of wonder if the optics are different because we've been seeing, Mexicans, people from Honduras, Guatemala, wherever the hell they come from down there. They kind of look different from Haitians, don't they?
Sure.
I wonder if they're not literally poking the Haitians and like, all right, get your ass moving. Now's the time to go, because the optics are different when you're looking at Texas State Troopers versus somebody that BLM would work with compared to, the average, person from Mexico or Honduras or wherever the hell else. I'm just wondering, because the Haitian thing seems to be a brand new problem, but they've been down there for a long time. It wasn't, you know what I mean? They didn't leave Haiti a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
They left years ago. Why all of a sudden are they talking 60, add the other 20? You're talking 80,000 people that have been hanging out for 2-3 years now.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden they're all coming. Okay, I just get something's not right there. I just can't quite figure that out. As far as what to do with them, here's the problem, and I don't know. A lot of people agree or disagree or whatever, but if the governor uses the National Guard and the federal government doesn't like it, they can nationalize the federal guard, the National Guard, and pull them away. Texas at that point has to use law enforcement. Now, Abbott's been on TV in the last, say a week or two now, explaining what his options are. If he can arrest them and charge them with criminal trespass and lock them up for between 6 months to a year. Anybody remember what Sheriff Joe Arpaio was doing when his jails were full? Anybody remember what he was doing?
Putting them out there in tents.
Where was he putting his prisoners? Damn right. You got 60,000 Haitians coming to Texas? Hey, Maricopa County, think Texas could borrow them tents for about a year or so? If you start locking them up and they're locked up in a jail or locked up in Tent City or wherever, I don't think you got to put a full 60,000 in there. I think you put a few of them in there, and then you start figuring out you need to go somewhere else or turn their asses around and go back.
Yep.
And enough of this nonsense with the whole, let's be honest. What does Border Patrol actually do? Sounds like they're the welcoming committee anymore. They don't do anything. How many of them they actually get deported? They literally just roll right up and just wait for Border Patrol to pick them up and take them to wherever. but they ain't going. They're not leaving the United States. Clearly, they had a few of them deported, but I think that was kind of just to show, just to say, look here, see, we'll send 2 or 3 or 4 planes out to show, yeah, we're getting it done, but in reality, they really ain't. There's not enough of them to make a difference. So yeah, I tend to think that the answer that Texas is going to have to start doing is locking them up, and when they're done doing their time, open up the gate of the fence that they should have been kept on building, and push them back into Mexico. Here you go. Wherever you came from, get to stepping. A long-ass walk back. Do that to more than enough of them, and they'll start figuring it out. Problem is they can just go to the next state over, but it's going to be, this is going to have to be handled by the states because the federal government is not going to handle it. It's funny, they make a big deal about how many of these people have COVID and they're not forcing the vaccines on these people, but they're forcing vaccines on everybody else. And now it's starting to look more and more like it's the vaccines that are making the virus spread more than, just the virus running its natural course. It's very obvious what's happening at this point. Unfortunately, and, the way I see it, there's only one way this can end. The virus is going to have the virus, meaning that you're going to get it and survive, or you're going to get it and die.
Exactly.
One or the other. And when the virus, I got elderly parents too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be crass for the sake of being crass. But the fact is, when it's done killing everything it can kill, it will die. But if they're saying now that the vaccines are causing people to have more of a viral load on them and spread it a lot farther and wider, what did you accomplish? And now they're talking about the amount of, how they're hiding all the injuries and damage done by the vaccine.
Yeah.
Which is number one, I already had COVID and survived it. My whole family did. It was the family I lived with. Already had it and survived it. So if we have the better immunity, which is the natural immunity because we had it and it didn't kill us, why the hell would I risk all these other issues? The biggest thing I fear is that heart inflammation issue or even the blood clotting. So, in a stroke or the blood clots causing a stroke. Then you were talking about that the other day, or yesterday actually, what I heard on the podcast. Why would I risk that when, literally at this point for me, the vaccine has a better chance of taking me down than the damn COVID did? There's another thing to think about. I sent you something on Facebook Messenger because a friend of mine just sent it to me probably about an hour or two before you came on air. And I want to touch base on it real quick. Not because I trust the person who broadcasted this thing, but because when you put video up of people, it's kind of hard to dispute what they said when, you can hear right out of the horse's mouth, so to speak, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, why in God's name are we trying to vaccinate everybody on planet Earth when we know that is seemingly to making it worse? Why are we doing this? What's the purpose behind it? Well, there's a lot of questions we have to start asking ourselves. The problem is we're getting overloaded with so many different things. COVID came to our shores, started, I remember 15 days to slow the spread, and we're 2 years into this crap now. But I remember when COVID season turned to riot season, I remember did anybody get to the bottom line of, remember those pallets of bricks that just were appearing out of nowhere?
Right.
And nobody ever got to the bottom line. And where did all that crap come from? Who paid for that? Nobody got to the bottom of that. Nobody got to the bottom of anything. Everything that's been happening, from the riots to back to going to COVID season, to who funded. I mean, you can go all the way back to when Trump was inaugurated, when Antifa started the riots down there in D.C. at that time. Remember, there was a big, kind of the more famous images of that were the few stores that were, because you need a 2-inch thick wooden dowel, like a big branch basically, to carry a flag, right? I mean, why do you need a 2-inch thick, piece of wood for that? Clearly that was the weapon, not just a flagpole. But that was when you saw that big, long black limo with someone in gold painted anarchy symbol on the side of it.
Yep.
And there were torches and stuff. That stuff started back then. Nobody got to the bottom of it. Remember, what was it, the debates or something when Rand Paul got attacked? No one got to the bottom of that. He was supposedly looking into who's been funding all this stuff. No one got to the bottom of anything. It's amazing how we're just being overloaded to the point where a lot of this stuff just slips under the rug or falls through the cracks. Nobody pays any attention to anything anymore.
Well, at the same time, they went through a hell of a lot of effort of getting all the video surveillance cameras and identifying those who entered the Capitol on January the 6th and jailed them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's plenty of video and archive footage of those who were setting fires to these buildings and destroying and looting and rampaging all the stores all over the country. But nobody seems to care about them.
Nope, nobody seems to wonder why or how or what. But Steve, we'll even go back all the way to Kenosha. Remember, it was the whole big riots in Kenosha. Rittenhouse took care of business, and before the smoke had settled, there was nothing going on in Kenosha except for the live streamers walking around because they had nothing to do because the police got nothing accomplished. National Guard wasn't there. And all of a sudden, the 17-year-old took care of business, and all of a sudden, poof, you couldn't hear a mouse pissing on cotton in that town. The next day, they caught people in the U-Haul van hauling more gear to start another riot. Whatever happened to them? That's my point. All this stuff had happened, and no one paid any attention to it. Now, let's go back to something that you've talked about back in your old gig for years. Remember we used to talk about the flu vaccines? I'm talking 5, maybe 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking at one point where we were saying, they used to say they're really, really young and they're really, really old. And it was almost like two ends of the spectrum. And then over the course of time, they started working them together to where it was like, everybody needs a flu vaccine.
Yep.
I remember talking about that on this show years ago. Okay. So a friend of mine sent me a video, and I sent it to you. You could look at it if you want later. It's about an hour long. Apparently, Fauci was talking on C-SPAN. I think it was back in 2017.
Yes. Yep.
So this isn't something that, this isn't straight out of mouth of Alex Jones. This is straight out of Dr. Fauci's mouth, broadcast on C-SPAN, as far as I know, still on C-SPAN, where he was talking about nobody's taking the flu shot seriously. And him and a bunch of other guys were talking. It was almost like a TED Talk, but not quite. And they were talking about how they have to kind of like somehow stir up the public's fear, for lack of a better term. I'm paraphrasing, using my own words, not his.
Right.
You can watch the thing and determine it for yourself. We have to get the public to fear the flu so it'll take the damn flu shot because we're not afraid of the flu. And this was in 2017. They were talking about that. Of course, we can talk about after that everything as far as the gain of function and who, what, and why, and all that, where it all came from. But these things were being talked about back then. And nobody really paid any attention. I mean, who really was, right? You watch these crazy movies about these crazy rich people that talk about, culling the population because for whatever reason they think we're overpopulated. Clearly they've never driven across this country east to west. But with that being said, you used to watch movies like that, and it's starting to wonder. It gives the I'll call it a conspiracy theory, but it starts to make it seem almost like conspiracy fact when you start looking at these crazy movies that you realize, wait a minute, there are literally people like Bill Gates who push these things. Now, last time I checked, Bill Gates made his money in computers. So what the hell is he dealing with vaccines and viruses? He ought to be taking care of computer viruses, so I'm getting tired of having to worry about a computer attack. You know what I mean? It's like when you look at a guy like that, it's like, wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? When you start looking back at what these people have said in the past, it's almost like they're told on themselves because they thought they were talking to a friendly media, which I guess at the time they were. Well, you start looking back on it, but now it's too damn late. What's anybody going to do about it? Why is the government clamping down hard on the average Joe? I mean, it's like they're trying to cripple us in one direction. Look at everything that happened between the election, a guy that he couldn't even count the votes in Iowa, and a vice president who dropped out before the first caucus even was taken. That's who's running the show, and they're clearly not running the show at all. They're doing think about it, everything that's being done only has a benefit to one nation, and it ain't us. We literally have a crackhead son finger painting, I'm not kidding you, and selling this crap, and you got Chinese government all over the place looking at buying it for $400,000, $500,000, $600,000. All of a sudden, this crackhead's a friggin' artist? Are you kidding me? I mean, once you just throw a canvas on the ground, I'll spray some. I'll paint my tires to drive over. What do you think I'll get for that? Oh wait, I'm not the son of the president.
Bingo.
Never mind, I get nothing for it. I mean, what in the hell? But my point is, at what point are people going to start waking up and realizing what's actually being done to us? Your rights are being taken. Your freedoms are being taken. And I hate to say it, but this has been orchestrated. Orchestrated all too well. And why are they still doing it? My answer, they need to run up another panic and scare. Because that way they could do just like they did in 2020 election. They could do it again in 22 and maybe again in 24. Oh, right. You were talking about that with the Haitians, some other kind of flu something you were talking about. Maybe that's a real answer other than the BLM and optics. I'm not sure. But it's almost like they're getting real good at taking away our stuff over a damn bug. Good questions to ponder, right?
The word is control. Control. I think we had Missouri's Attorney General here a couple of days ago said all these vaccine mandate that I think I still have that over here. I'll see if I can pull that up during the news update. It is all about control. Meanwhile, it's 844-844.
They are.
3388. Thank you, Cue Ball. I got to get my news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden says America used to lead the world in investing in ourselves. The president spending some time Tuesday in Howell, Michigan, to promote his Build Back Better agenda.
To support these investments is to create a rising America. America is moving. To oppose these investments is to be complicit in America's decline.
A Facebook whistleblower said the company prioritizes money over reining in hate speech and misinformation. Senator Mike Lee joins Fox News to criticize the company.
This isn't a problem that the government created. This is a problem that Facebook created. A problem that it created and is profiting on to the tune of an enormous sum of money.
A Facebook spokesperson saying the company is taking steps to curb misinformation and harmful content. USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
The former vice president is speaking out regarding President Biden's Afghanistan withdrawal.
Vice President Mike Pence on Fox News is speaking out against the Biden administration's Afghanistan failure.
But I have to tell you, the idea that we abandoned Bagram Air Base in the middle of the night without telling our allies, and worst of all, that we left Americans and American allies behind, was unconscionable.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The Department of Justice is reviewing its decision not to prosecute 2 FBI agents who mishandled the Larry Nassar sexual abuse investigation.
The recently confirmed Assistant Attorney General for the Criminal Division is currently reviewing this matter, including new information that has come to light.
During a Senate hearing, Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco would not elaborate. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 24. Online bingo is now America's favorite pastime activity. Go to bingoradiousa.com to play Bingo Treasure for free. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card, play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. It's all free at bingoradiousa.com. That's bingoradiousa.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry! Free accounts are limited.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen cautioned on Tuesday that inflationary pressures hitting the United States economy could last for a while. Coming less than a week after Fed Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell called inflation frustrating, Yellen telling CNBC that the various issues that have colluded to push up prices likely will pass, though she's not sure how long that will take.
I still try to pay attention to what's happening in the economy. I trust the Fed to make the right decisions. We have been hit by an incredibly unusual shock. And in the one hand, we're almost 6 million jobs short of where we were before the pandemic, which means a lot of people who still need jobs. On the other hand, many firms are finding it difficult to hire. We've had extraordinary shifts in the pattern of demand away from services and toward goods. And I know the Fed is trying to sort through the implications of that. Supply bottlenecks have developed that have caused inflation. I believe that they're transitory, but that doesn't mean they'll go away over the next several months.
More news can be found online by going to usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I heard them talk about inflation. Anybody priced ribeye steak as of late? Good golly. Someone posted a photo yesterday. 3 ribeye steaks. They took the photo at the grocery store. $18.96 a pound. 3.8 pounds in the pack. 3 steaks in total. It's like $71. The hell? Meanwhile, was telling my wife this past day. I went up this past... take you back. Last week, I noticed that I had a backup in the drain pipe. Same problem I had a couple of years ago. I had planted a tree in our front yard, probably 18, 20 years ago. It was a little sapling then, but it's a big tree now, and the big trees have the roots going out, and the roots are going right out there where the drain pipe goes through the front yard out to the sewer that runs below the street out front. So I knew the problem when the washing machine had started bubbling up there at the drain. Now, we live on a flat, so it's not like water comes up in the basement. So if you don't catch it, next thing you know, you'll have sewage all over in the hallway, and the carpet will be ruined and all that nasty mess. So I caught it early enough to get a hold of the sewer company. Meanwhile, I had to go out there and dig up the clean out, as they call it, in front of the house. It's been a couple of years, so the wife puts the mulch down every year, so it was buried out there. I had a good idea where it was. But in the process of digging up to find the clean out, I did a little pull with the shovel, and the damn thing snapped off. I mean, it's a clean break. So I went up this past day to get just a piece. It's a 4-inch pipe, so I knew what I needed. I just need what do you call it, a coupler, just a 4-inch in diameter round sleeve to go over the part at the bottom where it broke off, so I could put the top of the clean out back on top and mend it. Well, I went up to Home Depot, found the piece I needed. It's a piece of plastic, 4 inches around, about 3 inches deep. I had a $5 bill in my hand. I didn't look at the prices. I'm thinking, it's a piece of plastic. What the hell could that cost? I get up to the register. Like I said, I had a $5 in my hand, and she says $14.98. That's the only item, just the one item. I said, $14.98? Are you? Yeah, I had to whip out a $20. $15 for just a 4-inch round piece of PVC pipe? That's insanity. Anyway, back to cue balls. I had to share that. It blew me away. If it's $14.98 just for one little coupler, one little sleeve, what's it costing you to have to run pipe these days? PVC pipe. It's just plastic. But back to cue balls story. I did save that. We're Missouri's Attorney General several days ago. Talking about all these mandates. It has nothing to do with science. It is about power, he says. The states and federal level are all about maintaining power. And Missouri will be first in line to file a lawsuit against the Biden administration when the shots are forced there. Now, that's the Attorney General, Eric Schmidt, who's running as a Republican for the U.S. Senate seat there. Whether it's mask mandates, a vaccine mandate that's coming, the veil has completely come down at this point, about what this whole thing is about. It is about maintaining, aggregating, and exercising power. We have been the freest country in the world, the history of the world, and I think we really have some big questions to ask about who we are and who we're going to be. Are we going to be about some biomedical security state? Or we can allow people to make their own decisions? So much for the rhetoric of honoring your healthcare heroes, right? Biden mandating that large employers, the healthcare industry, federal employees. I mean, we're talking as many as 100 million Americans who have no choice. You don't even allow them to have the option to decide what they want to do for their own health. So much for back in the blue when you don't allow your men and women of law enforcement to be able to make those important decisions for themselves. Now, Missouri state officials are already suing school districts and counties over mask mandates. We have to fight back on every front, he said. This is about freedom. It is about liberty. People have had enough of this. He went on to say, for healthy people, particularly those under the age of 25, you got about a 1 in a million chance of dying of COVID in Missouri. In this state, there have been 6 deaths among children under the age of 18. Kids have a very, very low risk of contacting, transmitting, or getting seriously ill. If you've been vaccinated, you're as likely to die of a lightning strike as you are from COVID. You're actually more likely to die of a damn dog attack. But none of this stuff ever makes it into the news because it's all about fear. There's that word you used, cue ball. It's about fear. They want to scare people because they know they can get a level of control that they've never been able to get before. And allowing these things to happen, it's just a slow walk, or maybe it's a sprint off the edge to socialism. We've got to stand up and fight. I'm encouraged. There's a lot of people showing up at school board meetings now, to city council meetings, that are getting their voices to be heard, but we need more of that. Now, speaking of school board meetings, how about this one for a little bombshell this past day? Well. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland earlier this week instructed the FBI, as you probably heard, to begin investigating parents who confront school board administrators over critical race theory, the indoctrination material. Department of Justice issued a memorandum to the FBI instructing them to initiate investigations of any parent at a local school board meeting who might be viewed as confrontational, intimidating, or harassing is the word. Confrontational? Last I checked, having a differing opinion and trying to voice your concerns, to some may be considered confrontational. Attorney General Merrick Garland's daughter, remember her name, Rebecca Garland. In 2018, Rebecca married Zan Tanner. Mr. Zan, X-A-N, Zan Tanner, is the current co-founder of a controversial education service company called Panorama Education. Panorama Education is the social learning resource material provider to school districts and teachers that teach critical race theory. Can someone say conflict of interest? That is correct. The Attorney General is instructing the FBI to investigate parents who might pose a financial threat to the business of his daughter's husband. That's what's going on. Rebecca Garland and Alexander Newman Tanner were married June 16th. Miss Garland, now at the age of 27, is to begin as a clinic manager in Boston for DaVita, the dialysis provider. Graduated cum laude from Yale, received an MBA from Harvard. She's also the daughter of Lynn Roseman Garland, who lives with the bride's father in Bethesda, Maryland. The bride's father is the chief judge of the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit in Washington. Her mother advises government and nonprofit groups on voting system security and accuracy issues. Mr. Tanner is known as Zan, again, X-A-N, the founder and president of Panorama Education, an analytical software and services company in Boston, son of Catherine M. Allegra and James M. Tanner of Boulder, Colorado. Can anyone say conflict of interest? Yeah, Garland's daughter and son-in-law would stand to lose a lot of money if the critical race theory learning was banned all over the country. Wonder how much attention that will get from the mainstream media. Nothing. Pay no attention. It's just a diversion. Hey, good morning, Steve. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, buddy. How you doing?
Doing all right. How about that little conflict of interest? What do you think?
Steve, you can't make this stuff up. You say it all the time. It's just absolutely incredible. I was listening to some pieces tonight about this Merrick Garland character, what he's trying to do. I don't know if you caught Josh Hawley, the senator from Missouri, questioning the assistant attorney general at Capitol Hill today. She couldn't answer the damn questions. So he specifically told the committee chair that they need to bring Merrick Garland in front of this Senate committee to answer these damn questions about what's going on with this memo he wrote. Because, Steve, what that is that's Nazi Germany is what that is. Because they're trying to create a federal police state. Pappy talked about it last night. They're trying to create a federal police state to federalize the school systems, federalize the school districts, and federalize the police. That's what this whole defund the police movement's all about, you know? So this is what this is turning into, Steve, because they don't know how to stop these parents at these school board meetings. There's been no violence. They go there, they voice their opinion. You know, it's peaceful. It might get loud. They raise their voice. But, Steve, there's no law or no breaking the law for raising your voice at a protest or at a school board meeting.
Correct.
You know, that's our right as a taxpayer. If you have children in school, even if you don't have children in school, Steve, we don't have kids in public schools right now, but we're still paying taxes, and that money goes to the schools. So we have just as much a right as anybody to go to those school board meetings and voice our opinion if we disagree with stuff. And I'm telling you, Steve, I don't think these parents are going to stop. I think it's going to get a lot worse. I think you're going to see parents in droves going out there and standing up for your rights, because that's what this is about. They have no way to stop these parents, and the only way to do it is through the federal government, which they can't do anyway because it's against the law, it's against the Constitution. So I don't know, Steve. It's just really crazy what's going on in this government. How they just want to take this thing over, and it's slowly happening. You know, trying to destroy freedom of speech, freedom of assembly. You know, freedom to open your damn mouth about anything. But it is pretty scary when you think about that. If they want to federalize, law enforcement in this country, you know, because really, if there's a problem at a school board meeting, and you can ask Cappy this too, if there's a problem at a school board meeting, Steve, and they call 911, who do you think's going to show up? The FBI?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's going to be the local sheriff. It's going to be, you know, a guy like Pappy or you know, Cincinnati police. That's who's going to show up. That's whose jurisdiction it is. This has got nothing to do with the federal government. But there's one other thing I wanted to bring up about this. The letter that was sent to Joe Biden was written by an administrator in Virginia, one of these school districts. Steve, by the time Joe Biden got the letter, within 5 days, Merrick Garland was putting out a memo within 5 days. How long do you, if you wrote a letter to President Trump or any president, how long do you think it would take him to get that letter with all the thousands of pieces of mail and emails and everything else that they have to sift through? Do you think he would get to read that letter, or someone on the staff within 3 or 4 days?
No, not a chance.
I don't think so. So that's kind of interesting, isn't it, that this school board from Virginia administrator writes this letter, it gets to the president's desk, and then within 5 days, Garland's writing a memo. Steve, this these school board unions, these two unions, they've been working with the government on this for a while. When these parents started lashing out about the CRT and causing a ruckus at these school board meetings, I guarantee you they've been working with the federal government for the past month, at least, trying to figure out how can we stop these parents, from lashing out. But I just hope they just show up in droves and keep on fighting, because that's the only chance we got. They're trying to take over our kids, trying to take over our school districts, trying to indoctrinate our children and our grandchildren. And it's just pretty sickening. So that's about the only news I got today, Steve. What else happened today? Anything interesting? I kind of missed the first couple hours.
Well, we had some guests on the first hour and a half almost. So you have to go back and listen to the podcast.
Actresses?
No, some guests. They were talking about various products from manufacturer direct out of Canada. So it was rather interesting.
Okay, gotcha. You said Chris is going to be on what, Friday? This Friday?
This Friday morning is the plan, making up for last week. Correct.
Right. Okay, cool. All right, Steve, good talking to you, man. Thanks for taking my call. I'll talk to you later.
You got it. I got an email from Big Moose. What I say, it's just a piece of plastic. Steve, it's not just plastic. It's a UL scheduled polyvinyl chloride pipe fixture. No, it's not Lugnut Lunatic's Etch-a-Sketch. That is just plastic. Well, I digress. My little 4-inch round piece of polyvinyl chloride cost as much as Lugnut Louie's Etch-a-Sketch. I don't know. Is an Etch-a-Sketch around about 50? Now, they're probably $25 these days. With that, though, a quick 2-minute timeout. We'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, look at the 26 past the hour. It's not just plastic, you moron. I digress. All I know is PVC is mighty damn expensive. It was actually a CNBC host, kind of surprising, that actually confronted Dr. Fauci about the frequency of breakthrough COVID cases. That's the term, the so-called breakthrough cases. It's happening an awful lot, if you haven't noticed. Fully vaccinated people. Public health officials have been touting the efficacy of the vaccines for nearly a year now. The vaccines are more effective than first believed, they say, especially considering they were developed in less than a year's time. But with governments pushing vaccine mandates, breakthrough cases in which fully vaccinated people contract COVID are undoubtedly increasingly frequent. So that begs the question, how can you force people to get vaccinated if a significant number of people are contracting COVID despite being fully vaccinated? Now, here's the problem. The exact number of breakthrough cases is not even known because, here we go again, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention stopped tracking that data in May. They do, however, track hospitalizations and death among the fully vaccinated. See, that's all. In other words, if you don't end up in the hospital or dead, they're not even tracking how many people fully vaccinated are contracting COVID. Why would they stop tracking that in the month of May? As of September 27th, 22,115 COVID vaccine breakthroughs were hospitalized or had died. During the interview on CNBC Friday, the host, Sarah Eisen, confronted Fauci about breakthrough cases, asking him, is the government being too casual about the limitations of the vaccine? She was asking because she contracted COVID despite being fully vaccinated. She said the virus spread through her entire family. In response, Fauci said data that say unvaccinated people still remain vulnerable, most vulnerable to hospitalization or death. And the vaccination protects most people from a severe outcome if they contract COVID. Notice again, that's again a total change of the narrative. Fauci said, don't confuse the overwhelming benefits of the protection of vaccines with the occurrence of breakthrough cases. But she pushed back. She said, hey, doctor, the CDC is not even tracking breakthrough cases. She asked him directly, how do we know that breakthrough cases are happening to a small proportion? And how do we know that they're tending to be mild? Uh-oh. What do you say, Dr. Fauci? He did not directly answer the question. He said, well, let's move to booster shots. Before he then actually contradicted what the Centers for Disease Control has been telling us for months, which is that readily vaccinated people can still contract and transmit COVID. That's the CDC. Fauci admitted that at one point 4 or 5 months ago. He was kind of surprised. Yes, a breakthrough case. Wow, we've discovered that a fully vaccinated individual who contracts COVID will shed the virus just as readily as an unvaccinated person. That's what the CDC says. Now he's trying to change that narrative. But that's his game, flip-flop Fauci. Get a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden says America used to lead the world in investing in ourselves. The president spending some time Tuesday in Howell, Michigan, to promote his Build Back Better agenda.
To support these investments is to create a rising America. America is moving. To oppose these investments is to be complicit in America's decline.
A Facebook whistleblower said the company prioritizes money over reining in hate speech and misinformation. Senator Mike Lee joins Fox News to criticize the company.
This isn't a problem that the government created. This is a problem that Facebook created. A problem that it created and is profiting on to the tune of an enormous sum of money.
A Facebook spokesperson saying the company is taking steps to curb misinformation and harmful content. USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio is looking for a co-host. Yes, you heard me correctly. Nationally syndicated radio show and popular podcast, Rockstar Radio with Billy Gerard, is looking for a co-host. In fact, 2 segment co-hosts. One will join Billy weekly talking about all things financial, and another for a weekly review of the national real estate and mortgage market. Co-hosting with Billy Gerard could be the move that puts your career into overdrive. For all the details and to schedule an audition with Billy, send an email to bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Or go to rockstar.today/co-host for all the details. Rockstar Radio is looking for 2 expert co-hosts. It could be you. Email bill@rockstar.today or go to rockstar.today/co-host. Being on the radio with Billy will make you the expert in the field. It could take your career over the moon. Get all the audition details at rockstar.today/co-host.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I do want to repeat that one more time before I move on. Did you hear what I said? They stopped tracking breakthrough cases in May. Guess that'd be right about the time they started realizing, hey, what's going on here? Yeah, fully vaccinated people are getting catching COVID, huh? Well, let's stop tracking that. So now, if you do get sick and you happen to go get a COVID test, you'll receive either a positive or a negative test, and they can throw that statistic of the number of positive tests coming in. They don't know. They don't even ask, are you vaccinated or not? The only time they're tracking a, quote, breakthrough is if you end up in the hospital or dying. If they're not tracking it, how do we know? We don't know. They don't know if millions of vaccinated are actually still contracting the virus. They don't know. Why are they not tracking that? Something's really wrong with that picture. All the way back in May. So now we're 5 months. We're not even looking into how many fully vaccinated are still contracting and, yes, still spreading. Just as heavily, the viral shed, just as heavily as an unvaccinated individual. Everything just points to, like Missouri's Attorney General said, this is all about power. We are in control. You do as we say. You will comply. Let me see here. Would this be the grasshopper?
Yeah, yes, sir. How are you?
Happy hump day. Doing just fine. What's going on?
Yeah, it's been a few days since I've called in. Yeah, it's like having the cameras in the trucks. You will comply, right?
Yes, sir.
Anyway, I got an email from my financial institute, which is a credit union, and they're all up in arms over this tracking your transactions over $600.
Yes, how about that? Yep.
Yeah, they're not. No, they do not like it. And I think a lot of financial institutions don't like that idea either. They want total control over our finances too. If we're on the control factor here. Another thing I had too is I think I read an article of CDL Life yesterday about California's now training teenagers to drive trucks. I don't know if you can pull that up, find that later, or if you're even interested in that.
Okay.
Get these teenagers out here driving along with all these trucks. About every other truck that passes you now, got some kind of foreign name on it, jihadist name on the side of the doors. Like, it's really going to get stupid out here. I got a feeling, but anyway, get back to that other. I mean, if they want to get the IRS, they have to. What I hear, they have to hire 80,000 people. Where are they going to find 80,000 people? Nobody even wants to frickin' work nowadays. So I don't know how that's going to fly, but yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. But I think people are starting to wake up. I mean, like all these chants at these ball games and Talladega, I heard they were chanting.
Yes, yeah. Initially, that made it through on the I guess on the audio and the live interview, and the interviewer tried to say that they were chanting something. Let's go, whatever his name was. That was the Xfinity race, the Saturday race.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. Trying to spin it, huh?
He said they're saying, "Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon." No, they were saying, "F Joe Biden. F Joe Biden."
I didn't hear that one. That's funny. That's great. But yeah, that's all I wanted to chat with you about. I just thought that was kind of odd, him sending me an email about, wanting help. I don't know if it's some kind of petition they're going to get going, or or what. But I don't think that's going to fly. I mean, they need to stay out of our business, man. This is a free country.
There's a number of banking institutions, and I'm not sure if the big names like Chase and Wells, some of the other big names, if they're actually saying it's an intrusion on privacy. But many smaller banks, hometown banks, credit unions, as you said, are actually notifying their clients, people that bank with them, to contact your lawmakers. First of all, that's going to be an incredible amount of work on their part to get all those records. I mean, how many transactions on a given day are greater than $600? I mean, years ago, that they put a policy in place for, any transaction more than $10,000, I think it is. That's been in place for years. That's one threshold. Because not a whole lot of transactions are greater than $10,000. Home purchases, car purchases. But $600, hell, on any given day, millions and millions of those sort of transactions. Can you imagine the amount of work that would, these banks would be having to hire full-time people to submit that data to the damn government, to the IRS, whoever they want to send it to. Your first question, 18-year-olds in California. I guess Inside Edition did a segment on that here a couple mornings ago. Inside Edition visiting student participants of Patterson High School, participating in one of the first truck driving programs for high schoolers in the country. Hiring teenagers will help the nationwide truck driver shortage. But you still don't generally see them behind the wheel of a big rig. But that's changing. Inside Edition spoke to California's 17-year-old Isabella as she was training behind the wheel. She's one of several teens at Patterson High School participating in one of the first truck driving programs for high schoolers. The instructor said there's a huge need. We're about 63,000 drivers short today. Isabella says her mom's a little worried. My mom's more nervous overall because the idea of truck driving kind of scares her. All the reckless drivers out there on the road. But she's getting a hands-on lesson in truck maintenance and safety, to prepare them for the real road. They're using like a driving sim, spending about 30 hours in a driving simulator. So right out of high school. Okay. Very interesting. Hey, Rambler, what's going on this morning?
Well, 2 nights in a row. Imagine that, sports fan.
Yes.
Praise God. Yes. I know you had those two Canucks on, those two Canadians from Calgary, Alberta, and it got me thinking about the greatest athlete to ever come out of Calgary, Alberta. The guy that says he's the best there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be, Bret the Hitman Hart. And it also got me thinking about one of my first trips. I mean, I was just 1998, just a tin horn, greener than goose crap rookie. And actually, Steve, this was my second trip. And I was actually with my trainer. We picked up a miniature roller coaster. And I got my start with the Slow Wagon and Fast Traffic Company. And whenever they told me what it spelled backwards, I quickly quit. Well, no, I stayed there about 2 years before I finally left. And when they told me what that company meant spelled backwards, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go get respect somewhere else. But anyway, we picked up a roller coaster in Yonkers, New York. It was in a old beat up white trailer. And the Bills had us going to Calgary, Alberta, Canada for the Calgary Stampede. And I tell you, I'd never really been out to Mobile, Alabama, except, on trips with dirty diapers, but he was pretty much on dedicated runs back then, So I never really been out of, Mobile. So it was a trip for me, going through Minnesota and North Dakota and, crossing the border right there and then driving all through Winnipeg, Medicine Hat. And the guy had me driving at night. And, the further north of Canada we got, I started seeing clouds. The clouds got thick. And by the time it was time for me to drive, it was purely storming. And I never will forget, I've never seen a mountain grade sign in my life. Never knew what one looked like. But we started going up and down hills, and I'm like, something just don't feel right. And I saw a mountain grade sign with a truck on it, didn't give a percentage. And then I swear, Steve, it was like a drop off. And, it's like that sign out of that little, that movie, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, my favorite part.
Yep.
When Steve Martin and John Candy are sitting there, they go between the 18-wheeler, and Steve Martin looks over at John Candy, and he's the cotton-picking devil. When I started going down that grade, them Jake brakes went to going. The guy who was training me, which God bless you, he went home to be with the Lord back in 2017. He come out, sat down. When we got to the bottom, he looked over at me. He said, "I think it's my turn to drive now." I said, "Yeah. Not only is it your turn to drive, I got to go use the bathroom too, because I just about messed myself because I ain't never experienced nothing like that."
Right.
God bless, Steve. That was my second trip and my whole entire driving career. And I tell you, it was something else going up there to the Calgary Stampede and first time in a foreign country and everything like that. It was quite unique. And I tell you, it made me glad to get back on American soil too. But I was calling, Steve, I was listening to what Q-Ball was saying, and I listened to not only what he was saying and what Steve says, I listen to what you say too, Steve, but the other Steve. And before I segue into that, I remember your dad talking years ago about the teenagers trying to drive. I remember that plainly.
Yeah.
So this has been on the books forever, but I don't see how it's going to happen because, like your dad always said, what runs the trucking industry? Insurance companies run this industry. So I don't see how they're going to even make that possible for a big carrier who says you have to be 23 years old to drive to put an 18-year-old behind the wheel. I don't see how that's going to even work, but we live in strange times.
Yeah,
but,
it would definitely work for some of the self-insured carriers, some of those big names that self-insured. They could capitalize, and that's a whole new pool of cheap labor, I would think.
I would think so too, because you take a 17, 18-year-old kid and pay them 21 cents a mile, because I guarantee you that's what they're going to get paid. And I was making 21 cents a mile back in 1998. That was 23 years ago. So you offer them that and give them, 2,500 miles a week, that's going to be like them hitting the jackpot in Vegas. So they'll have all that money and all that free time, and an idle mind can be the devil's playground at times. But I wanted to discuss, everyone asked, I listened to Michael Savage the other night, who's behind, who's the puppet master, who's behind doing all this? Look, God's children, I'm going to be honest with you. Don't take a rocket scientist to know who is behind everything. If you go to the book of Isaiah, chapter 14, and verse number 12, it reads this, Steve. It reads this here. It says, "How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations?" You hear that? Weaken the nations. The Bible says also, Stephen, in 1 Peter chapter 5, verse number 8, it says, your adversary, the devil, is like a roaring lion. Peter says, the Holy Spirit through Peter says, be sober, be vigilant. For your adversary, the devil, is like a roaring lion, seeking to whom he may devour. Then in John chapter 10, verse 10, Jesus says, the thief cometh to steal, kill, and to destroy. So everyone wants to know who's behind, who's the puppet master. Well, it's the doggone devil. You know, we just recently celebrated, how many years ago did that gunman rain down bullets upon them people in Las Vegas during that festival? They never found out why, never got a motive. See, the devil don't need a motive to be evil. He's already evil. He don't need a rhyme or reason because he's like a roaring lion. That's why, the Holy Spirit through Peter says, be sober, be vigilant. That's why Jesus called him a thief. He comes to steal. He comes to kill. He comes to destroy. When Dirty Diapers was with us, even up to the very end before he lost consciousness, he was trying to tell people about Jesus. And him and me both. And we've been doing this a while. I've been preaching the gospel now. Let's see here. Steve, as far as I can tell, I've been telling people about Jesus since I was 5 years old, for real. Hadn't lived a perfect life, but tried to. Dirty Diapers hadn't lived a perfect life, but he tried to. He left this world telling people about Jesus. He left this world saying, puppet master is the devil, and it's the absolute truth. But you know what I like, Steve? You know what I like? I like this here. If you skip down to the 16th verse of Isaiah chapter 14, it says, they that see thee shall narrowly look upon thee and consider thee, saying, is this the man that made the earth to tremble and did shake the kingdoms, that made the world as a wilderness and destroyed the cities thereof, that opened not the house of the prisoners? We're going to look upon the devil one day when he's cast into that burning lake of fire. And we're going to say to ourselves, this is the one?
Mm-hmm.
This is him? This is the one that he's puny. He's nothing. But yet, that puny nothing that thought he was better than God is running the show here on this earth. He's the puppet master. Everything that's going on, he is controlling. I'm not going to take up too much time. They got rid of Alex Jones, and I don't put a whole lot of stock into what Alex Jones says, but Alex Jones did do some good things. Number one, he did go in disguise and infiltrated the Bohemian Grove and saw all that stuff. He did infiltrate the Bilderberger. And also, and I don't, like this movie all this much, but if you watch it with a positive mind, and, the guy mysteriously died after the movie was made. Stanley Kubrick, that movie Eyes Wide Shut, with Tom Cruise and his ex-wife, Nicole Kidman.
Yep.
That says a lot about what they do, who they worship, the weird, crazy, just ungodly stuff. It took him 2 years, Steve, to make a movie like that. And his daughter, which was on Coast to Coast, said right after that was done, he mysteriously, and he was in pretty good health, mysteriously died. So y'all think about that, about who's running the show.
Yeah, because that pulled a little bit of the curtain back, I guess you'd say. A little, that was... If you've never watched that, you leave that film with kind of a little disturbed feeling, if you know what I mean. Yeah, we got to get a quick timeout. Great to hear from you, Rambler. Thank you so much for chiming in back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, we're a couple minutes for news update. Top of the hour just ahead. Hey, we'll get to the Jelly Bean Giant, I think Mercury Man, I believe, on the line. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Let's see, all this talk about the debt ceiling. Gotta raise the debt ceiling. Janet Yellen this past day talking about the drastic consequences. She used the word recession if we don't raise the debt ceiling. President Biden said this past day that his Democrats may actually proceed to make an exception to the Senate rules to allow them to extend the government's borrowing authority with zero Republican help to head off an economically crippling debt default. Yes, this stalemate shows no signs of abating. Biden said there is a, quote, real possibility Democrats would bypass the long-standing supermajority voting requirement known as the filibuster to deal with the debt limit. That would allow the Democrats to suspend the government's $28.4 trillion borrowing cap with zero Republican support. Biden asked if he would remove the filibuster to raise the debt limit. He said, I think that's a real possibility. Many Democrats have argued the Senate should just dump the filibuster entirely, saying it's preventing progress on climate change, voting rights, other priorities. In other words, they're talking about eliminating the filibuster so they could pretty much just pass anything with that 50-50 vote, with Kamala being the tiebreaker. There are some senators, including Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, that said they're not willing to do that. So they'd be short of the votes they need to change the rule. But Democrats are now considering dropping the filibuster deal just for dealing with the debt limit. That's a one-time deal. Manchin had no comment when asked about that possibility this past day. Biden made that comment as the Democrats were to try for a third time to suspend the debt ceiling this today, as a matter of fact. and Republicans are expected to block it. Mitch McConnell urging Democrats to raise the do it on your own, using your more convoluted approach called reconciliation that would require no Republican votes. They have the time to do it, and the sooner they get about it, the better, McConnell said. He's, again, just pretty much saying, yeah, you're going to own this. Democrats will own it entirely. And with that, we'll get our final hour. Just ahead, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
President Joe Biden last week was holding some top-level meetings with lawmakers at the White House trying to get his priorities passed. Tuesday saw him in a Detroit suburb. Speaking in Michigan, Biden said the U.S. has not put enough emphasis on its own investments in its own economy, and he said the country is at that inflection point he's been referring to, and he cited China as the primary competitor in the marketplace.
In recent years, China has spent around 3 times as much on infrastructure as a share of their economy than we have.
The company that runs the underwater pipeline that caused the massive oil spill off Southern California believes it may have been struck by something. The unified command that includes the Coast Guard says divers did find a big section of that pipeline moved out of place, so they're looking into whether a vessel may have struck it. And this is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day. Hey, friends, it's John and Chelsea Jubilee, and here's my beautiful wife, Chelsea.
Hi, women. I have a message just for you today. Every single day, we have women that come to us in pain. Not physically, even though, yes, that is too, but in pain from suffering of hopelessness because they have tried every single thing to lose weight, and they can't.
And they can't year after year after year, and they give up. They give up hope. They're desperate. They're in a dark place. But we have a light of truth. Science is a search for the truth that is known. In our breakthrough science of intercellular hydration, ladies, you will lose 15 to 20 pounds of solid fat every 4 weeks. Go log on to our website, look at the testimonials of real women just like you who were hopeless, but this changed their life.
Check us out at energizedhealth.com. That's energizedhealth.com.
Several senators, including Connecticut's Richard Blumenthal, called Mark Zuckerberg to show up to testify to Congress soon, as Blumenthal made the comment on Tuesday as a company whistleblower was under those hearing room lights under oath before the committee and accusing the leader of Facebook of, quote, going sailing instead of taking responsibility. Nearly 1 in 3 U.S. adults say they may support getting rid or of limiting the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. It's according to a new survey conducted by the Annenberg Public Policy Center at the University of Pennsylvania, finding 34% of Americans polled would consider abolishing the nation's highest court if it started issuing rulings that most Americans disagreed with. Wall Street rebounding with tech stocks bouncing back today. NASDAQ gained 178 points. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Rising ocean temperatures are leading to a loss of coral reefs around the world. That's according to the latest research from NOAA. The agency's report finding a 14% loss of global corals between 2009 and 2018. The Global Coral Reef Monitoring Network noting that despite coral reefs only covering a small fraction of the sea floor, they're responsible for supporting about a quarter of all marine species. Out of the folder marked "This Story Almost Writes Itself," William Shatner is headed into space at age 90. The actor will be aboard Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket when it lifts off on the 12th of October.
I'm going to see the
the vastness of space and the extraordinary miracle of our Earth and how fragile it is.
It'll be the New Shepard's second trip to space after founder Jeff Bezos and some others made that journey in July. Shatner will become the oldest person to fly into space at 90, breaking a record set by aerospace pioneer Wally Funk on the Blue Origin's first flight. At that time, Funk was 82. And today, Wendy's and Kellogg's have announced a partnership that will lead to the release of Wendy's Frosty Chocolatey cereal hitting shelves this December. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The story about Andrew Yang. Remember that name? Yeah, he was one of the many in the field for the Democrat nomination for the last presidential election. Well, he's starting a new party. Announcing this past day the launch of the Forward Party PAC, one day after he left the Democrat Party. In the letter shared to the website, Yang, the founder, insisted he started the Forward Party, as he put it, for a few big reasons. The current two-party duopoly is not working, he says. While the two parties have different issues, we can see all the polarization is getting worse and worse. 42% of both parties regarding the other is not just mistaken, but evil. Neither side is able to meaningfully solve problems. So all of us just get angrier and angrier. He also pointed to data suggesting Americans favor a third political party, but concluded that the two parties right now control the primary system, which makes it very difficult for any meaningful third party to emerge. Imagine a duopoly that prevents any effective competition. That's what we currently have in the United States. All I know is I don't know what kind of following Yang had. He had a fairly wide, younger generation. He's the one that was talking about a minimum monthly, like sending $1,000 a month. I think minimum money for everybody kind of thing. And so a lot of the younger generation said, yeah, I'm all about it. If it's free, it's for me. I guess essentially the way I would see it, all it's going to do is probably, it would be fracturing the Democrat Party. Any Yang followers, I would presume would be coming from that party, not the Republican Party. I sure wouldn't think. So I kind of look at that akin to, remember when they were talking about Donald Trump starting his own Trump party, whatever they wanted to make America great party or whatever it was going to be. And talked about how that would fracture the Republican Party and just guarantee the Democrats would never lose again. Don't know if that could potentially have the impact of undermining the Democrat Party, but I hope it does, personally. Hello, Jelly Bean Giant.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I got a bone to pick with Gilligan. I cannot believe that he would make fun of two 40-year driving veterans, and he's still driving around with training wheels on his truck. In fact, I don't even believe that he can even find Ohio without using a GPS, because in our day, when Maniac and I were driving, we had to do real truck driving. We had to use an atlas, and we had to sit there and dial the telephone. We didn't have cell phones back then when we were driving. Oh, Gilligan was still in diapers when we were driving. So I want to make that perfectly clear to all the cartoon audience out there that, Gilligan, we have backed up more than you have driven forward, driver. So that's all I got to say about you, Gilligan. So everybody have a good night and a wonderful show tonight, Steve. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thank you, Jolly Green Giant. Have a good morning. Thank you much. What do you say, Mercury Man? What's going on?
Hey, Steve, what's happening?
Happy Hump Day.
Yeah, happy Hump Day. Give a big old shout out to Rambler back there. I hadn't heard from him in a little while. Rambler, I'm going to be in your neck of the woods tomorrow night. I got to run down to Gulfport down there. But good hearing you. And it's kind of like the Jolly Green Giant needs another croissant.
Yeah, right.
And now I'm just going to comment on what that CDC thing was that they were talking about. They had stopped monitoring people with breakthrough cases and stuff like that.
Yes.
They give the reason. The other day I had heard they give the reason for doing that is because of the privacy issues. People weren't giving them permission to look into their medical records. And I thought to myself, well, that's kind of bad when all the other companies out there are trying to get your information or making you forcing you to tell them that your medical history and stuff like that, but the CDC ain't requiring it. So I thought to myself, I said, well, that just probably just helps them out in the long run anyway, because they don't want to keep up with that record anyway. But I just thought that was just kind of, it just fit right in where they wanted it to be. Yes. But another thing, talking about conspiracy theories and all, I remember when Trump won the election and the next day Hillary Clinton come out and give her concession speech. And my wife told me, she was all sitting there watching it. My wife told me, she said, well, look at them. They all just color coordinated, And I got to looking, and I said, yeah, all of them had on the same color purple accent, whether it be a tie, a handkerchief, or a dress. I think she was wearing some kind of lapel that was real purple. And I got to thinking that I remember way back in the day when the Blind Sheikh went on trial in New York for the bombing of the World Trade Center for the first bombing in 93, I believe it was. And he was on TV. They were filming, they were showing this trial live. And come to find out, he was wearing a different colored turban every time he come on TV. And they said later on that he was coordinating with his people back in the Middle East, giving them specific things to follow. If he had a red turban on, or if he had a purple or black turban, or or specific color, that was letting them know what to do. What they were supposed to be doing over there, because he wasn't supposed to have any kind of contact with anybody over there, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
And they eventually had to take it off TV because he was coordinating that way. I just thought about that, and I just wonder if that was what Hillary and all them were doing. Telling their people, said, all right, this election, I lost this election, but we're gonna make it hard on him. So let's get together, let's do what we got to do, and this is what we need to do. And because it's been hell for President Trump ever since.
Oh, yeah, four
Everything-
years,
everything.
relentless, nonstop, 4 years of investigation. Absolutely.
Non-stop, every which way he turned, every which, and it just had to be coordinated like that. And another thing, too, you were saying, I think it was that company that had these emails and text messages for 4 years, being monitored for 4 years, and it just so happened to be May of 2016. Ain't that the time where he wasn't president at the time, but Donald Trump was pretty much a shoe-in for the Republican nomination? Ain't that about May of 2016? Does that sound about right?
That would sound about right, yeah.
Yeah, so somebody started looking at something somewhere. Somebody started probing some text message companies, and trying to find crap. I wouldn't put it past the FBI to do anything like that. And they still can't make me believe that they didn't have something to do with the Las Vegas shooting and what's that school up there in New York that I remember distinctively when that school shooting happened up there. I think it was Massachusetts or whatever. For that autistic boy going in there and killed several kids up there. They come on the radio and said they were tracking 3 people in black through the woods, and I'll never forget it as long as I live. And never hear nothing else about that. I remember it very distinctly that I was out on I used to collect for a finance company, and I was out on the run trying to find somebody, and I was listening to it the whole time that I was looking for somebody. But I know it sounds like it's all far-fetched conspiracy theory stuff, But gum, man, it just when it all just seems like that it just all fits,
Mm-hmm.
And I just wouldn't put it past people to do things like that. There's far more things going on that we will ever know about. And I tell you something else, Rambler, if you're listening, amen, brother, amen. You got it. You hit it right on the head. The devil is out there working. And he is working hard.
Yep, he's working overtime. Overtime. Yep.
Overtime. Yep. Would you mind giving me that, texting me that post-show phone number? I want to get a hold of Hillbilly Text.
Yeah, you have a way of maybe like sending me an email so I can respond back to that kind of thing?
Sure. Yeah, I sure will.
Okay.
I got it. My real name's Scooter Blaylock, so yeah, I'll send you an email.
Okay. That'll work.
Well, I appreciate it, Steve. I'll talk to you later, brother.
Thank you much, Mercury Man. Have a good morning. There you go. We get a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I got a couple of messages from Craig out there listening in. Talking about the teen driving program there in California, the first of the kind with high schoolers. You make a good point. Steve, I hope these kids are being taught to turn their cell phones off before they get behind the wheel. Then if you get a chance, go to YouTube and search Queen Hillary. You won't believe your eyes. I haven't searched that yet, so I have no idea what that's going to be. But I'll take a look. Thank you, Craig. What's happening, Lone Ranger?
Good morning. Quick note, going back in time a little bit on that color purple for the last caller. You might recall when the empty suit Barack Obama ran. Remember that group of thugs that he had attacking his opponent, and anybody that supported the opponent, they all wore purple shirts. It was the Service Employees Union that he had working for him. Remember that? They were attacking the opponents that he had. They all wore purple shirts, so maybe the color purple means something. But this monstrosity of a social spending bill, what I'm not hearing, they keep thinking that if they drop the amount down to $2 trillion or $1.5 trillion or whatever they settle in on, that's going to be a fix for the problem, because it was $3.5 trillion. Well, the dollar amount is staggering, and they're talking about the infrastructure. Let's go back to Obama again. The first thing he did was a huge bill, $787 billion. And that was supposed to be to fix the roads and bridges. And you might recall that 200 and some billion went to various states to support the union pensions. So that's why the roads didn't get fixed the way they should have been, in bridges. So now here we go again. But what they're not talking about, the number one issue for me, and I think for probably a lot of other people that have worked hard to put their kids through college, and people who work their way through college and wind up with hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt that takes them 10, 15 years to pay off after they graduate, free college for illegal aliens. I haven't heard one person on the news talk about that. Not one. They're all talking about the dollar amount. Where the money is going, for me, is the problem. You got billions of dollars going for tree equity, whatever the hell that is. You got billions of dollars going to electric cars for the government, which China's going to love because we get the lithium batteries from them. So maybe that's Biden's way of paying him back for enriching his family. But the items that the money is going to is where the problem is. Now, if they were going to give, I forget how many billions of dollars it was for free college for illegals, but just the fact that they're going to do that is incredible. Because how many times have you seen people working their butt off, working 3 jobs to work their way through college? Americans I'm talking about. And on the topic of illegal aliens, we're seeing now what happens if you don't enforce the law. You don't enforce the law at the border, we wind up with tens of thousands of people in this country who hopefully, as far as Democrat Party concerned, hopefully will be future Democrat votes, because they're minorities and that's the base of the Democrat vote. And the other thing it leads to is emboldening people. That senator from Arizona that got attacked by that person in the ladies' room, that person was an illegal alien. That just came out last night. I didn't even hear that in the beginning.
Really? I had not heard
So here
that.
you got an illegal alien. Yeah. And they're pushing, the illegal aliens are harassing the 2 senators that are Manchin and the other one from Arizona. They're attacking them because they want citizenship a pathway to citizenship is what one of the things she said when they attacked Joe Manchin. They were on kayaks, believe it or not, and he was on his boat. And they said they want this pathway to citizenship. Well, I don't know who it is that's directing them, but the pathway to citizenship for illegal aliens is the end of the Republican Party. That's the final straw. Because if you've got 20, 30 million illegals, and let's go back to Obama again, he won by 6 million votes, the Republican Party is gone. It's been eliminated because now they have the votes to control every election. But my point is, when you don't enforce the law, it emboldens people. Look at our cities. The Democrat-run cities where they defund the police are out of control with crime.
Mm-hmm.
They showed a video just last night about some guy drifting around a police car in Philadelphia, and they had the doors open. Bunch of thugs. But they didn't get arrested. The one that harassed the senator in the ladies' room didn't get arrested. The shoplifters in California, if it's less than $1,000, you don't get arrested. People are literally walking in the store, picking up stuff in broad daylight,
making shot
and walking out.
Is it 500 or 1,000? I thought it was. You got to make sure you get on less than $500 worth of merchandise, and yeah, they can just walk out.
It was the figure I heard was $950.
Okay,
and the thugs, the shoplifters, are actually totaling up what they're stealing to make sure that they're under that figure, whatever the figure might be. I thought it was $950.
Okay.
And they literally just walk out of the store in front of everybody. So not enforcing the law is what's causing the problems right now. They're willing to just look the other way if it means future votes or benefits the Democrat Party in any way. They will look the other way. This is the pirates taking over the ship. This is out of control law breaking, and it's going to continue as long as you don't enforce the law. Our country has never been so screwed up as it is right now. We are headed down the road to nowhere. I'm at the Hershey swap meet, and a guy was sitting at his space. He was wearing a hat that said, "Joe and the Ho must go." Some loudmouth New Yorker came up and started screaming at him about how Trump should have been sent to Russia and Trump this and Trump that. And he said, "I fought the communists in Vietnam. I know you got to grow a set." He said, and I looked at this guy. I said, "This guy, how old are you?" He said, "I'm 52 years old." I said, "Well, guess what? You're full of crap. Because the Vietnam War was 46 years ago. So you didn't fight nobody in the Vietnam War."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "You're just a loudmouth New Yorker." And I said, "You're what's known as a Bidenista." And I said, "You got to stop watching CNN, MSNBC, and The View, because that's where you're getting your news, and you have been brainwashed." So we went back and forth a little bit, but it calmed down eventually. But he was screaming and hollering, typical loudmouth. But out of control. And now they just heard on your news they want to eliminate the Supreme Court. That's because they weren't able to pack it with liberal judges so they can get their own way there.
Yep.
People are being arrested for complaining about the liberal teaching of their children in school. All this politically correct, whacked out, pro-gay, all this liberal ideology stuff they're teaching. Critical race theory, where if you're born white,
you're racist.
That's racist in itself. You can't judge somebody by the color of their skin. Loudoun County, Virginia, is at the top of the heap. They're actually calling for the firing of some of the school board members because it's so bad there. So, Steve, I don't know where we're headed, but I heard a bunch of times, and I heard again yesterday, if this thing goes through with all this social spending, there's going to be a big sell-off, and that's what I'm nervous about. But I don't know. We're really on the road to nowhere, Steve. That's all I got. See you later.
Yeah, they're talking about, what was the word? Market correction. I mean, these inflation pressures. What's that? Is that a 10% drop? Could be double that. Don't know where it's. Hey, let's get our news break in here. Chevy Guy, got you coming up there. Hey, Mike. On the way, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
President Joe Biden last week was holding some top-level meetings with lawmakers at the White House trying to get his priorities passed. Tuesday saw him in a Detroit suburb. Speaking in Michigan, Biden said the U.S. has not put enough emphasis on its own investments in its own economy, and he said the country is at that inflection point he's been referring to, and he cited China as the primary competitor in the marketplace.
In recent years, China has spent around 3 times as much on infrastructure as a share of their economy than we have.
The company that runs the underwater pipeline that caused the massive oil spill off Southern California believes it may have been struck by something. The unified command that includes the Coast Guard says divers did find a big section of that pipeline moved out of place, so they're looking into whether a vessel may have struck it. And this is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 24. Online bingo is now America's favorite pastime activity. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com to play Bingo Treasure for free. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card, play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. It's all free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry! Free accounts are limited.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. untitled.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, that's my cue. Back at it here. And let me see. Rangers have been calling off and on in recent weeks concern, the inflation. Could we be facing hyperinflation? We passed another $4 or $5 trillion in spending. Hell yeah. Current inflation trends could exert pricing pressures, leading the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates earlier than expected. Jeremy Siegel, professor of finance at the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business. He spoke to MarketWatch. He says, I am nervous about the trends I see in inflation. As the Fed's chairman, Jerome Powell, stating that inflation is going to carry on into next year because of the supply chain shortages. It is frustrating to see the supply chain problems not getting better. In fact, they're getting worse. That was according to Powell at a virtual forum with other central bank leaders. It's very difficult to say how big the effects will be in the meantime, how long they're going to last. Echoing a similar notion, Philadelphia Fed Reserve President Patrick Harker said that an interest rate hike could take place in late 22 or early 23. The problem lies on the supply side, not with demand. Asset purchases aren't doing much or anything to fix that. But yeah, inflation trends could spark a market correction is the headline there. Morning, Chevy Guy. What's happening?
Oh, good morning. America right now, is like a 70-year-old man on his knees in a brothel with that little blue pill laying on the bed, and right there before him lies a young lady, beautiful young lady he hired, and he's praying to God, let it work this time. Sorry, 2012, our country's courts, and this is after the American people overwhelmingly voted for the Defense of Marriage Act. This country's courts voted gay marriage. They invented it. There's never been anything like it. They invented it. 2012 now. And I'm sorry, we blocked the hand. God cannot work against his own word. And we blocked him out. So this country is turning against God. And if you just have to look. I mean, we're seeing things that we thought will never happen. But my goodness, we did not, or you say you can't have a religious requirement for our judges. Well, guess what? When you set atheists over our inalienable rights given by God, don't be surprised when those rights start disappearing. It's, I'm sorry, you don't go, they're set by God. You go to the faith and you say, what does the faith say about gay marriage? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And as one other thing about all this money, all right, when they pass this and they pass this money and they start spending it, what are they going to do 5 months from now? Are they going to start trying to come up with some more money for some more reasons? They're already spending their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren's money, locking it down for generations. So if their great-grandchildren get in office, their hands will still be tied trying to pay off whatever this nightmare is. And an amazing, I don't know when it was done. I was just letting it play through Facebook feed, and I believe it was a British guy who played it. He said it showed Ben Psaki, the little redheaded spokeswoman.
Right.
And a reporter asked her about, well, if on this you say, is that not going to tax the American people? And she repeated this little note that anybody making less than $400,000 a year will not be taxed. He turned around. The second question is revealing. He goes, well, the cost for that tax will be passed down to the people that buy stuff, the regular Americans that go into stores and buy things.
Yep.
She looked at him squarely and said, that's reprehensible. Passing down the cost to the
Right.
people or to your customers, that's reprehensible. They haven't got a clue, and he did. This British guy held up this paper and showed Ben Psaki's history and Joe Biden's history. I mean, the only recorded history of Joe Biden having a job was a lifeguard, but Ben Psaki out of college has been on the government tit in some way or form, working in politics. These people have no clue. And boy, I'll tell you what, how many more are in there, and it starts making all kinds of sense where they can spend this kind of money. That in the 60s, we used to around, you're a million, you're a million, we used to throw these things around. That was the big money. And then somebody said, a billion. We thought that was a made up word. I don't know who come up with it. Then somebody said a trillion.
Trillion.
This is all make-up words. Whoever heard of this? And now they say it daily on our news broadcast. And, we don't even look anymore. It's just like, remember when they started cutting people's heads off? We were all shocked. And now if you hear it now, it's just like water on a duck's face. Other than that, I'm going to sit back, copy the mail, and find out what I've been missing that camel intro for Wednesday, man. Just miss it. You know what I mean? I better get out of the camel's way before I get stomped on. How's that?
All right, here he comes. Yes, and that was not this past Monday, but the Monday before, late last week or early last week. Yeah, Jen Psaki, she actually said it. Yeah, in regards to legislation, this $3.5 trillion reconciliation plan that would see taxes and consumer prices rise for many Americans. And she tried to say the president is committed to keeping taxes the same for anyone making less than $400,000 a year. And she called it absurd. It's absurd that companies would raise consumer prices in response to higher taxes. Does she honestly believe that? Is she that out of touch with reality that that's the way it works, Jen? You're running a business. I don't care what your business is. From the biggest company in the world to the smallest mom and pop's convenience store, if your costs go up, you have to pass it on. She said there are some who argue that in the past, companies have passed on these costs to consumers. We feel that's unfair and absurd, and the American people would not stand for that. Well, what the hell are we going to do? What do you mean we're not going to stand for it? Well, what's the next step, Jen? You're going to try to freeze the prices on all consumer goods? Oh, we're going to put a price freeze on everything. They haven't said it yet, but I wouldn't put it past them. A number of economic studies have found consumers bear approximately 31% of the cost of corporate tax increases through higher prices on consumer products. It's not, they stand by this narrative. We're not going to raise taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year. Yeah, technically on the tax code you're not, but it's called a de facto tax. It's passed on to you. You're not directly paying it to the federal government. You're paying it to the corporations that the federal government are now paying to the federal government. They pass it on to you. I mean, this stuff coming out of D.C. is absurd. She's absurd. Well, what's going on, Horse Feathers?
No, I guess we're supposed to do, hey, Mike, what day is it? Or what day was it?
Technically, it's still hump day. It is.
All right. Well, your show's only got, another 12 minutes or something here.
Yes.
So, hump day's over for you. So, anyways, yeah, so what's the first thing that they should freeze the prices on? How about big oil, gasoline? What happens every time somebody says, hey, there might be something happen in the Middle East? Well, gas prices have to go up 20, 30, 40 cents. It hasn't even happened yet. They just suggest something's going to happen. You know, somebody farts in the Middle East and gas prices go up 30 cents. No, well, maybe they need to freeze prices. Maybe they need to take all the money away from all the corporate executives and take away their big salaries and put them back down to normal wages for all the rest of us, middle class.
Yeah,
how'd that work?
I've never lived under communism, Horse Feathers, but I mean, what I've been taught is the government dictates what you can earn and what you can drive and what you can do. And yeah, if you're going to freeze the wage, you're going to freeze salaries, you're going to freeze prices. Government, it's communism. The Democratic Party is nothing but straight out communist.
Yep. So anyways, hey, when we had our previous great President Trump there in office, and every night there after the 11 o'clock news, they have those supposed comedians that do their funny shows and all that. And, they spend about 3/4 of their show, making fun of the great President Trump every time. Now, the other day there, the president we have now said something about the American people wouldn't be able to comprehend or understand or handle listening to comments on
we don't want
at the same time.
Can't confuse the American people, yes.
Did any of those comedians do anything with that? Because, I mean, that was like scripted right to be used on all those late night supposed entertainment shows. Was there anything? Did Jimmy Fallon or any of them other people, did they do anything with that line?
I honestly don't know, because I don't get to, I couldn't say yes or no. I mean, I would suspect no, but.
Well, yeah, because, when President Trump was in office, it was repeated over and over again. You get up in the morning and the 6 o'clock news would be on, and hey, they'd have to recap what happened on the late night shows, and then the noontime they'd show it again. And heck, you couldn't go hardly anywhere without hearing it over and over again. Do you hear anything? Do you hear anything on any? I didn't hear one word about any of that.
Surprise.
So anyways, surprise. And, hey, as far as that pipeline goes here, talking all seriousness, that pipeline out there in California now, And what they said, by the way it was moving that, is pretty obvious that it was probably struck by an anchor, drugged by an anchor, by, I don't know, you think maybe one of them 500 container ships they have bouncing around out there? You know, if they took care of the container ships and getting the containers off the ships and into the ports, and had the longshoremen that work, what are they there for? I think they punch in at 7 and leave at 3, and if they get 5 hours worth of work done while they're there, it's probably a lot, because I mean, at $60-some an hour, I'm guessing, you know, you can only work so hard. You got to be able to read your paper, take a nap, drink your coffee. But I'm just saying this from the people I see in oil refineries, these union workers who are in the oil refineries. I can only go by that there.
Well,
but anyways, these pipelines, they usually know the amount of product that they put in at the beginning of the pipe, and usually it has to go somewhere, and they usually want to know how much product comes out of the pipe at the other end. How did it go for over a day without them knowing there was a leak somewhere? Because if you put so much product in at the beginning and there's a hole in the middle and only so much comes out at the other end, wouldn't somebody be noticing that, hey, we're like not getting the product we're supposed to?
That's the questions being asked. I mean, if it was severed, obviously there's 3,000 barrels that never made it to the destination. Then if you got people out there, you got fishing boats, whatnot, saying, hey, it smells like hell out there. There's an oil slick. There's a sheen of oil out here. And they notify you, and nothing gets done. It was at least 12 hours, apparently, before they acted on that. Yeah, something to me. Yeah, that latest news break there at the bottom of the hour, yeah, they weren't saying anchor. They're saying they've been struck by something. How deep, but how deep in the water is that pipeline, and what's going to hit it at the bottom of the ocean? I don't know. All right, let me see. I'm with Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's not shy about making headlines to criticize Democrats across the board, this president. And with some of the latest developments, she said Biden's Department of Justice has the FBI hunting Americans for even being on the Capitol grounds January 6th. That's true. But ignores BLM, domestic terrorism, and criminal rioters. Now they're going after parents who are telling their school boards to stop teaching racist critical race theory and stop masking their children. Biden's vaccine mandates through private companies are causing thousands of healthy people to be fired from critically needed jobs, nurses, teachers, truck drivers. It's only been 8 months, people. Democrats are communist, and their tactics are only going to grow worse. This is why the House Republicans must hold together and vote no against the infrastructure bill and the revised version of the reconciliation budget bill. Do not give Biden his agenda. A yes vote is a failure to the American people and starts bad things that cannot be undone. Yeah, those big bills, $3.5 trillion. Yeah, that's what's going to be passed on to you. I think that's what... Larry, is that... I see you said basic economics in business.
Steve, I just was listening to that whole story about the comment that Jen Psaki made, and I'm assuming the young lady has some sort of a college degree. I'm assuming within that degree there was some math involved, economics or whatever, but let's start with a basic philosophy. I would say that most of us have some form of a 401k or some form of a retirement venture. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay, so now within your 401k, you typically have an option to pick what funds you want to invest your money in. Now, would you agree that most of us, after we look at those funds and their performance, we would want to invest our little dollars into the best performing entity we could, correct?
That's the way I've always done it, yes.
Okay, so now let's roll out the comment that she made in that business now has a profit margin that they do their projections on, and a lot of those projections are labor cost, various costs within the fixed and variable costs within their operation. But one cost is called cost of goods and services. Now, so if the cost of goods and services does not go up, you're going to impede your margin, and therefore me, the common guy, I'm not going to invest in your fund because the return on investment is not there for me, the common person. So where am I going to invest? I'm going to invest where they're making their profit margin above the cost of goods and services. So if I don't pass on those internal costs, then I'm impeding my profit margin. Therefore, now it rolls down to me and you. We're not going to invest in that company because they haven't projected a positive return on investment. So, I mean, I'm not an economics major by any means, any stretch at all. But this is like simple business stuff that you pass on the cost of goods and services to the consumer. And so the ripple effect of all of this has tentacles all across the board. And to your earlier point, she's obviously clueless to an economic or profit and loss statement for any business.
All I can figure is she's just standing by the narrative of no one on making less than $400,000 is going to have a tax increase. I guess if it costs more to buy your goods,
right.
that's not a tax increase, right?
Yeah, and to your point, all she's doing is reading the script.
Yep.
There's no intellect involved in her response. It is just the pre-planned message. You know, for years I was a PIO, public information officer, and I trained guys to speak to the camera. And so ultimately, when the reporter asks you, well, how long have you been beating your wife? You don't respond to that. You respond to your key messages, whatever they are. Well, before I get to that, I want to tell you this. So you don't ever just ad lib off the cuff. You stay with your agenda. And that's all that young lady is doing, is repeating the programmed information that she is given.
And with that, Larry, I say thank you so much for the call because we're out of time. That's a good place to leave off, though. Have a great hump day. We thank you so much for joining us. Come back. As you know, we'll do it again, starting at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I